think we're live. All right, recording's running. See myself on Twitch. Hear myself on Twitch. Beautiful. I say that every single time. Never gets old, though. Wow. Okay. Yeah, so sorry, went live a little later this morning. Just posting on Discord. There we go. We've got a lot of people on Discord now. We got 30 people. 12 online, 18 offline. It's 30, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's got to be 30. That's pretty cool. I would like to do like a little recap after every stream, just kind of showing what we did in the stream, and Weemy does like GIFs, records like little GIFs. I think it does something very similar to that. So I'd like to do something kind of similar, like record a little GIF, say, oh, we did this, and if there's something to show, like have a GIF. Like yesterday we did the yesterday we got the little bar up here working and animating, so it would have been cool to just have like a little GIF of that to show. You know, and we also got the new reset key working. I don't really know how you would, well, it doesn't work in a competitive game, but works during a practice. I don't really know how you'd show that with a GIF, but because now you can just quickly reset and the timer is quicker, which is really nice. The countdown part is quicker. Yeah. All right. Anyway, let's see if we get a few more people in here. We might do a little official start. Well, I'll just kind of dive in. Sometimes it takes a little while for people to show up. I mean, people have been actually watching me. It's been a humbling experience. Well, not humble. It's been the opposite. Well, the opposite of humbling. Ego stroking. No, it's been awesome. People have been. I feel like I kind of went from like not a lot of viewers, usually average. You know, my average viewer count kind of like spiked a little bit, and it's kind of stayed. Well, I don't know. There's some days where it's more, some days that it's less. But I'm like surprised that how high it is. I mean, I'm very thankful, of course, very honored. But still a little surprised. We're right at the cusp of 200 followers. That's crazy. 200. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of people who watched the stream and thought, hey, it's worth clicking a button. It's worth seeing my name on the screen, I guess. We got our little sub count label now. We're at 9 subs. 9 subscribers. That's also blows my mind. Like, people are throwing money at me. So that's very honoring. Honoring? I feel honored, I should say. I feel very honored for that. So I put a little sub count label down there on the taskbar. When I look here, it's not actually on there. It's on the OBS thing. But if I point to the label on the OBS window, you don't see that, obviously, because that's over on my other screen. So I have to go like that. Anyway, I think if we hit 10 subs, we get a new emote. So I'm told. So we'll get a new emote slot, and I would like to level that up. We've got the Jurana BRB currently, which is supposed to be kind of pixel arty, but I realize it's not really that pixel arty. Because it's now we've shrunk. You know, I did that toilet at 32 by 32, which would be great if it was like blown up with like nearest neighbor, you know, scaling and everything. So you'd have this nice, you'd have this just awesome chunky toilet icon. But when it's scaled down to that size, which I believe is 28 by 28, for the Twitch chat, you know, it loses its pixel artiness. It's more like kind of emoji-ish now, I guess. So it'd be cool to maybe, you know what? I don't know. Maybe I do. Maybe I like it. The thing I don't like is like the black background. I feel like it would look better on. Let me fire up GIMP here. I feel like with Twitch and the dark background, like, hang on a second here. One second. This doesn't really have anything to do with anything, but kind of before we get started, I just wanted to... that's not what I wanted to do at all. What? GIMP is failing me right now. Wait a minute. Oh, what? I have to do this. Hang on, sorry, this is off screen. There we go. I know what I'm doing now. So this is the, well, I feel like the, you know, and this might look a little weird, but I feel like the toilet looks better. Obviously on stream it might kind of, because it is kind of pixel level there, so it might look a little off. But I feel like the black border around the toilet, that's kind of the thing that makes it stand out, but you kind of lose that a bit, you know, with like the dark Twitch chat. Or is Twitch might have a light theme. I don't know, like maybe that. Yeah, see, I feel like this looks kind of nice, like at this scale. I don't know. I might try like a 16 by 16 version of the emote. I don't know. We'll see. Anyway, we'll keep GIMP open for the meantime. So today, well, actually last night I was working a little bit on last night on our main menu layout now. Having a new main menu layout and everything, because we're going to need to have a button for multiplayer. So right now I've just been using the O in Populus because technically that's a button. I just put a button over the actual O text, font, Arial, whatever. I just put a circle button over that. And that's been my button for, I mean, that's a button for, I just wanted to have that as kind of like, it'd be kind of, I thought it would be kind of a cool thing, like just to have a red circle there, but when you hover over it, it expands, like the buttons do. I thought that'd be kind of cool. But it's actually just a button object. But I originally, like on populus.gg right now, live, it's a button, but it doesn't do anything. But during the multiplayer development, I needed a button to kick off the multiplayer, so I just thought, I'll just assign a function to this that fires off the, trying to find a match event or whatever. So then when you click that, it goes out to the server, hey, let's find a match, and then tries to find a match for you. Which is great, I think, for obviously just for testing. But now I want to actually have a formal button, so we'd end up with like 3 buttons. I guess play would then become the one on the actual competitive queue for a multiplayer game. So right now play just is the practice mode. I love that R key reset, fast reset. Oh, that's cool. Anyway, so the basically I've been trying to just come up with a layout now for having a third button, and just trying to, I was just screwing around in GIMP last night and just like kind of, I created like another circle and just kind of was like lining stuff up and just trying to find a layout that looked good. I didn't really come up with anything interesting. I don't really want to spend time on stream doing that. Like, for example, this layout here, I actually did that off stream because I was like, I need to come up with a layout. I don't like doing that sort of thing on stream. I don't know. Because I feel it's very, I don't know, I feel like it's very much a, maybe it's more of a subjective kind of thing. Like fixing a bug or something is a very objective thing. Like I gotta just go in and fix the bug. But doing very subjective things on stream, I feel like it's kind of, I don't know. People will throw a lot of opinions at you in the chat. Not that I don't mind that necessarily, but I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do. And, I might, if somebody has a good idea, I might consider it potentially. But, a lot of the times, I just kind of need to do my own thing and thinking about it, whatever. And that's actually something I'm a little nervous about, because I demonstrated Lights Out, my other game, my puzzle, my kind of top-down 2D puzzle game. I did a little demo of that on stream yesterday, and I've been thinking about doing that with redoing that game kind of in C, like making that my next project after Populus, because I think that would be actually a pretty good game, and it's kind of somewhat level based, so it's really just, I could make the game as big and long, as robust as possible. It could be a multi-hour experience, which would be really cool, versus Populus, which is, I guess you could spend a lot of time playing it, but it's a very simple game. There's, other than just trying to like beat your own score, and with multiplayer, then beating other people, ranking up and everything, going up in the ranks, whatever. There's not really going to be too much, there's not too much gameplay variation, right? That makes it more interesting. It's more of like you just challenging yourself, seeing how much further you can push yourself, how much better you can make yourself. So that's really what Populus is about. But it'd be more fun to work on a game that it could actually turn into like this thing that, you know, has many levels. This little puzzle game that just has many levels and could potentially have hours of gameplay. That's kind of my. I think I'm onto something a little bit with that game. But all of that was to say, I'm just a little nervous about. So for one, I'm kind of learning C, and for two, you know, I kind of have to start thinking about. It's a new way to think compared to like programming in JavaScript. There's a lot of extra, not a lot of extra things you have to deal with. I mean, programming is programming, pretty much in modern day languages, but there's other details that I need to kind of consider, and I'm going to be doing the rendering, like software rendering. I mean, I'm pretty sure I'm going to just be doing software rendering kind of as, you know, because I want to try that at least. Whether or not we actually stick with it, I don't know, but at least trying that and seeing how it goes. So my point of what I was saying about that related to streaming was, I don't really want to be doing making kind of these engine-ish decisions like on stream so much, where there's a lot of people that can influence or that could say like, oh, you should do this, you should do that. I just don't really like dealing with people telling you how you should do something. I mean, that's the whole point. That's the whole reason why I'm doing it, is because I want to do it myself and figure stuff out myself. You know, I might ask a question, I might Google something here or there, try to look something up. But for the most part, you know, I'm trying to solve all the problems myself. I mean, that's the fun part for me. Otherwise, I wouldn't do it. So with Populus, my engine was already done for the most part. Like I had some tweaks, minor tweaks, but it's like it was more of just like adding in extra features and extra gameplay things and tweaking things and whatever. So like all of the time that I've been streaming Populus, there really hasn't been a lot of the core foundation was already done, the architecture, everything. So anyway, there wasn't a whole lot. That was all I was trying to say. So, what are we going to work on today is the question. All of that, well, basically all of that was to say, all of what I just said was to say, I don't really like doing the graphic designy things on stream. I'm okay doing just some kind of programmer art and maybe leveling up the programmer art a bit, making it a little bit better, but like coming up with some other more interesting, compelling design. I don't really like doing that stuff on stream too much. So I'm going to leave the menu. The menu button is going to kind of be the last thing. It's not really a difficult problem to solve anyway, because it's really just getting a button and having a new button that is here. So I'm not too worried about that, but I like to kind of have my own time to think about that. But what I do want to take a look at, I've got a couple to-dos here. So a couple things were a little bit maybe further away than, well, so for one, our top to-do here, new main menu layout for multiplayer. That's what we were just talking about. You know, we need to have a new button for having the I think we're going to make the play button be the multiplayer button, and then a button that'll say practice, which will be what the current play button is, the single player. But so we'll take a look at that later. Change color of gray tutorial button, kind of gray, looks kind of just, yeah, that's the other thing. Like I'm trying to decide like colors and everything, like how I want all of that to look and feel. So yeah, well, we're not going to worry about that today at all. unless I get some inspiration or something and I say let's do it. But yeah, probably not going to be worrying about that today. So test multiplayer with high latency connections. I need to kind of investigate how I can do this, because there's things where you can, like in Chrome, you can say in the Chrome console, you can do things like network, and then you can go here and like fast 3G, slow 3G. You can like do all this stuff, but WebSockets doesn't seem to use this at all. So that's kind of a problem. Yeah, that's just a filter for WebSockets. So it's like, it just seems like only the HTTP requests are going through here. Unless, I don't want that on. Unless maybe it's just so little data and it's so fast anyway that maybe even with slow 3G, I don't know. But basically, I don't think this is good enough anyway. I need to figure out some other way to like much better simulate low latency. And we might even just deploy Populus first, and we might even just say, I don't know, who cares? We're just going to full send, throw it up there on the server and see how it goes. Because that's kind of what's going to be happening with the multiplayer anyway, you know? We're just kind of flying by the seat of our pants. It's kind of just an experiment, and we'll kind of see what happens as it goes. So we might not even really test that. The test might just be throwing it up on populus.gg live and seeing what happens. Basic cheat detection. That's another one where I don't know if I would like to kind of do some more analysis. Well, I would actually like to do some actual analysis on the data we're logging in the CSV files. So, or in the CSV file that we chuck up on the server, or the server spits out. So the server dumps out basically like every mouse movement event from the player, and then every mouse click event as well, and then kind of shows what happens and everything. So basically just like a, you know, the highest resolution, you know, log of what happened in a game. We're kind of throwing here in a CSV, which is pretty cool. And basically, I want to kind of like look at some things, like just kind of get some average numbers, like average time between mouse clicks, average time between, you know, bubble pops, whatever. Just like get some general data of like what it looks like for a human to play the game. And then from there, we could kind of say like, okay, so if it looks like this for a human, then a bot would probably be doing things like way quicker than the human would. So we could maybe kind of come up with some like thresholds of like, that looks a little too fast for a human. So, and so that, yeah, that's kind of my thought process for that. So that's kind of a matter of just opening the CSV up in some actual spreadsheet software and kind of parsing through it and maybe taking a look at some deeper things. I don't know if I'd really be doing that on stream. We'll see. Actually, I got to take a bathroom break already. Come on. Holy cow. It's sneaking up on me. Be right back. Zoom to that 500% notepad. All right. We'll be right back in a sec. All right, we are back. Okay. Thanks for waiting. Okay. So we're talking about the CSV a little bit. Yeah, basically, I kind of want to just get like some average, some average numbers and just kind of be able to, figure out. Yeah, average numbers. That's basically what I'm saying. Because we're putting stuff in here like the amount of time between mouse movement events in milliseconds. We're putting stuff in here like timestamp mouse event. The X and Y position, and then the distance moved along the X-axis, the distance moved along the Y-axis, the total distance, the hypotenuse between the move X and the move Y. And then, it would be nice to just kind of look at kind of all those, maybe average up a bunch of those numbers and just kind of see like what it means to be human, if you know what I mean. And from there, we can kind of start to implement some sort of anti-cheat. But really, there's not really any way. And by anti-cheat, basically just means any like explicit break, anything that's completely breaking the typical rules that we would normally have. And by rules, I mean the way the game just natively works. The way the browser is natively just talking to the server. So you should be able to detect stuff like that. So if anybody's trying to go around the back to change things, we could get around that. But I mean, if somebody were writing a bot that was just really good at the game, and there's not really any way I could prevent that. In fact, I plan to maybe have some good bots that actually play the game. So that's something. Also, parsing through this data will be kind of helpful, useful. Okay, so what else do we have in the Trello here? Terminate WebSocket when ping fails. Yes, this is something we could probably start looking at right away this morning. This is basically just checking. I want to have the server ping. I've already kind of implemented this, but I have it disabled right now. But the server kind of has a little chunk here where I do a JavaScript set interval. So we just run this function every 5 seconds. And then we just basically ping each client and then see if we get a response. And then basically if we don't get a response, then we can disconnect the player, basically. So that would the case where that would happen would be if like they lost network. Sorry, my speakers went to sleep there. So the case for this would be like, yeah, if you lost network and like the browser didn't know, so the browser, because usually the browser automatically like fires off a WebSocket close, like if you refresh the tab or close the tab or close the whole browser window. The browser handles the disconnecting WebSockets for you, and then the server just knows, oh yeah, you closed the connection. So that's actually what this is right here. WebSocket on, close, we fire this event. And then I've got this little log here, player close connection. So this happens anytime you refresh, close the tab, close the browser window, the whole, Chrome window or whatever browser. And then we disconnect the player. We kind of get rid of the player. And this is a to-do I actually want to take care of. Remove player object from array, because basically we've got a total memory leak right now as far as players go, where it's not actually removing the player object from memory. So this will be a couple things we need to take care of. Neris, what's going on? Good to see you, Neris. My my Ukrainian friend, right? Yeah, I got it right. was Ukraine. Um, yep. Yeah, this morning I'm just kind of going over the tasks I want to take care of that are kind of left, because we're getting actually pretty close to having multiplayer live. We're getting pretty close. We just got kind of some housekeeping things. Not really any big features. There might be some kind of, well, I don't know. Like I have cheat detection here on the list, and I might not actually end up doing something with that in the first thing, in our first go. But I've got a few things that I really need to take care of, some to-dos that need to be cleaned up. And yeah, like we've got a case right here. Test if player cancels match wait right as match starts. Yeah, I think this is a... there's a little case, there's a little window of time where something unexpected might happen right now with this, so I need to hone in on what that is. And then I have this task for, I added this yesterday, figured out a better way to do logging, so I kind of want to, well, exactly what it says. I want to, I don't know. Yeah, we need to figure out maybe how we want things to work, as far as once we're actually live, you know, like in development, the server's just running here in a console window, so I can just log stuff and see it right here, right now. But when we go live, I need to kind of figure out how I want to approach that, and how I want to be able to know, like, oh, if something bad happened on the server, we hit some exception or something. So that's kind of it's something we need to take a look at. So Neris, did you work on that problem you were doing yesterday still anymore? You were sorting, or you were trying to check a bunch of numbers between ranges or whatever, between ranges of numbers in C++. You do anything more with that? Yeah, still no idea. Gotcha. And brute forcing it just isn't an option. I mean, I'm not trying to butt in and solve your problem, but just trying to understand more what exactly the problem is. I basically can simplify it to a smaller problem. Okay. I think what we're going to take a look at right here is actually I can reduce it to a list of integers like 1, 5, 21. I need to find a way to find the closest integer in this list. Is the list like, for example, if 8 is given, it has to find 5. Okay. And you're trying to find a really efficient algorithm to do that, basically, or you can't just like do a check, like. And the list of integers, is it sorted, or do you need to like sort it first, or? It seems like you'd probably want to sort it first, and then, yeah, faster than O-N. Gotcha. I was thinking about binary trees, but IDK. Gotcha. Oof, there we go. Neck crack. All right, so I think I want to look at this ping issue thing here, this disconnecting a player when the ping off of a ping. Now, I'm pretty sure I took this example from the WebSocket documentation, the WebSocket package documentation on NPM. That is, I'm using, for doing WebSockets in Node.js, I'm using the WS package. That's all it is, WS. So I'm just going to pull that up real quick and just kind of look at this off to the side. Because I just want to make sure that this is how to check, how to detect and close broken connections. Okay. Sometimes the link between the server and the client can be interrupted in a way that both server and the client are unaware of the broken state of the connection when pulling the cord, right? So that was what I was explaining before. Like normally the browser is going to be good about if you close a tab, it's going to send the WebSocket close event to the server. You don't have to do it yourself. You, the programmer of the web page, you, the owner of the web page, don't have to actually say close WebSockets on close of the tab or whatever. I don't even think there is an on close of the tab thing. But that's just a browser API thing, so that's nice. I don't even have to worry about that as far as, so if I come in here and I do a refresh, whoops, I don't want that open. If I do another refresh here, player closed connection, player connected. I didn't do any of that at all. I just set up the WebSocket object in the browser and connected it, and it connected fine. And then I hit refresh and it closed and it reconnected when the page reloaded. So that's really nice. The browser kind of handles that for you, I guess. I mean, you really don't have much of a choice. But this part here is like, so if you pull the cable or you lose network somehow, like your router goes down or, something like that, your ISP explodes. So then basically the browser doesn't know that it can't talk to the server anymore. So you need to kind of set up your own ping from the server to each of the clients to try to see if they're still connected. Is kind of the solution. So I will actually pull this up here so we can just kind of take a look at it together. Yeah, so I'm on NPM here, Node.js package manager, or whatever it's called. So let's take a look at that a little further depth here. Oh, Neris had something here. There was something like on close for the tab. Oh, okay. I wasn't aware of that, but that's cool. I actually don't need to care about it because it does the WebSocket stuff anyway. Oh, not this. How do we? Okay, so here's the npm. We're on the WS package here. npm ws. This is the package I'm using for WebSockets on the server. Zero dependencies. Look at that. Isn't that a beautiful thing to see? And it's really easy to use. Like it's similar to using the WebSocket object on the browser. Like it's like the same thing. So it's like the same kind of API for the most part, using the WebSocket object. That's built into the modern browser. Okay, so we're on this FAQ. Okay, it's not taking me to the page now. Pox on npmjs.com for not doing that. All right, here we go. Yeah, so sometimes the link between the server and the client can be interrupted in a way that keeps both the server and the client unaware of the broken state of the connection, e.g. when pulling the cord. In these cases, ping messages can be used as a means to verify that the remote endpoint is still responsive. So here on the server, where we're importing our WS package, we have a function called noop. for whatever reason. I guess that's just your fill in the blank thing there. So we've got a function called heartbeat that sets this that is alive to true. Okay. Why is it setting this dot is alive? Okay, so I'm pretty much already have implemented this, but I'm just kind of reviewing it to make sure that I know exactly what's going on. Okay, so we set up a server here, WebSocket server. We have a on connection thing. Okay, so on connection we do this. We have a function connection. They name an anonymous function. They name a function here. Okay. ws dot is alive, set that to true, and then ws dot on pong we run heartbeat. Oh, maybe that's something through this that I just am not aware of. So I think what I'm doing on Pong, I'm just doing like an anonymous function here for this, and I'm setting through closures the WS, the WebSocket, to. Oh, you know what? I just realized on the server I'm kind of doing something a little bad, I think. Oh no, never mind. I think we're okay here. Yeah, because we're doing... Oh, okay. WSS. I'm not doing this. Where do we set up the server? This, okay, server. I have a property or a property called server that is the WebSocket server. So in the documentation, they're doing WSS as the server variable there. So I'm in my application object file, so I have it this.server. You know, I could have probably said WS server, but whatever. Okay, so I'm doing this thing here. I'm doing this, setting this dot is alive to true. And the one thing I didn't set is the on Pong event. Or I commented that out currently, but we can set that. So we might as well, I guess we could just move that up here. All right, so we can start doing that. So then we're setting the WebSocket connection is alive to true. And then, so that's whenever we receive, that's when our server receives a Pong message, a Pong event from the WebSocket, from the client. Okay, so we're doing that. We've done that. We're good here. Then we're doing a set. Then according to NPM documentation here, they got a set interval going. What? Oh, okay. We would never close that. We would never do server.onClose. Yeah. So I don't know if we really need to do that. Nearest, can WebSockets work with binary data, or is it a text protocol? It can work with binary data, yes. I mean, that's more of a, it's more of a question about, can JavaScript work with binary data, less than like WebSockets? Because really WebSockets is, you know, just a protocol that you can use, you know. But yeah, actually, I do use binary data. I switched to doing that because I was using JSON strings. But at the end of the day, like if you're doing JSON strings, you're just sending a byte, a big string, so you're still sending just those bytes. And then you're just parsing that and whatever. So I actually switched to doing sort of just a raw. I came up with just my own little, data structure protocol thing for my client and server communication. So with Node.js, I'm using buffers, the buffer object. So like with WebSockets, this is actually where I have that implemented right here. So on a message from the client on the server, we get basically a buffer of bytes. And then what I'm doing is I'm doing a switch case on the first 32-bit integer in that first at offset 0. So I'm reading just those first 4 bytes out as an int, and then I have a switch case to parse, and basically that's my command coming from the client. Yeah, so I actually switched to doing that because I'm sending all the mouse updates, and you can even do it from the browser too. JavaScript has an array buffer. So on Node.js, I'm using a buffer class, whatever, that's supposed to be an actual, just raw byte array. This buffer. So like when we do, they actually have a little alloc that you set up to actually allocate the memory. So I have this little thing here called out buffers, and then basically I just allocate all the memory when the server starts up for each of those, and then I just fill out those buffers with the data that needs to go to the client. And the browsers do kind of a similar thing. The browsers don't have buffer. Buffer is a Node.js class. Yeah, there you go. Class buffer. Raw data is stored in instances of the buffer class. A buffer is similar to an array of integers. Blah, 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 blah. To a raw memory allocation outside the V8 heap. Buffer cannot be resized, valid string clones, bunch of stuff there. Yeah, so this is just a Node.js thing, but there's also an array buffer that is an ES6 JavaScript thing. So you can actually do an array buffer. You can use the array buffer class in Node.js as well, and it's different. And that was actually, I had a little battle with that. But then on the client, let's take a look at the client here. Where are we? Here we go. Yeah, so here on the client, I'm basically doing a very similar thing. So I have a out buffer where I basically doing this new array buffer is allocating the memory for this array buffer, a 12-byte buffer there. And then I kind of fill out some stuff that goes in there. And the reason why I did that was I really wanted, my main reason was I just wanted to, I was using JSON before, right? Just because it was easy to just kind of get, just have an object with some properties, stringify it. So it's just a string of bytes, send that over the wire. Server gets it, parses it, vice versa. It just goes back and forth that way. Really easy to just start sending data back and forth between the server and the client, which is great. But it was basically like, even at the most like shrunken down form of it that I could possibly do, it was still like 6 times larger than what I could do if I was just sending like raw bytes. And for like the mouse positions, I'm actually sending 32-bit floats through our array buffer. That's part of what this 12 is, actually, the out buffer. The 12 is the first 4 bytes I use for the command. So it's saying either, the command can either be like 1, 2, 3, 4 or whatever, integer, just 1, 2, 3, 4, that says like find a match. One of those numbers means find a match. Sending a mouse movement, sending a mouse click. It's just telling the server what type of data it follows. It's like the header, Yeah, so the reason why this out buffer from the client is 12 is because basically for any mouse movement or mouse click, it's got that first 4 bytes, so 32-bit integer for the command. which I only have like 5 commands. So you might be like, why are you using a 32-bit integer for that? Well, JavaScript also has to have some sort of like alignment junk set up. So I couldn't do like I couldn't have like a 1 byte for the first command, for the command, you know, because theoretically I could have shaven off like 3 bytes, just use 1 byte for the command, but then it wouldn't let me, JavaScript doesn't let you put floats in the thing if it was misaligned by like 1, or if it was like, if you had like an odd number of bytes and I was trying to use a floating point number, I can't like point it to, I have to point it to like an offset that's a multiple of 4 or whatever. It's just kind of like, ugh. So you basically have to have like this perfect little alignment going for JavaScript to even work with this. So basically that's why I have a 12 thing. First 4 bytes are the type of command. And then all the mouse data, the next 4 bytes are like the X position, 32-bit float of the X position of the cursor. And then the Y position is 32-bit float as well. So that's where I end up with the 12 bytes. But yeah, basically that's just way shorter than anything. Way shorter than anything that I was able to get going before. Because basically you end up with, you know, if you're stringifying a floating 32-bit floating point number, that's a bunch of bytes just for one 32-bit floating point number stored out as a string, you know. Not to mention it's like 10 times slower parsing the JSON string as well. So we get a little performance gain there. I don't think that is going to really make much of a difference, that performance gain, but you never know. If a bunch of people are playing Populus somehow, maybe there will be some performance benefit to be had. But we'll never know because we're not using JSON anymore. JSON is out. Get out of here. Anyway, all of that was a long explanation of, yeah, passing bytes over WebSockets. So on the client, you actually do have to say, on the client, you actually do have to specify for the website. So this is a JavaScript. I'm on the client code here. So I have the WebSocket, you know, browser API class, and and you have to specify binary type array buffer like that as a lowercase string to be able to, I guess it's just kind of an interpretation method so that it will know to interpret an array buffer versus otherwise by default it's just a string or something, and then it just says it only lets you, because JavaScript, it only lets you like just parse the string or whatever. In fact, I don't even know exactly, but basically you do have to set that one little binary type property there on your WebSocket in order to use array, just use raw bytes. Anyway, anyway, we were looking at this. Okay, so basically I'm doing something very similar already, because again, I've already kind of implemented this. So in WS NPM documentation, they are saying to a set interval, and then they like to name their anonymous functions. Well, I guess technically that's not an anonymous function, but they're passing it like a lambda and putting a name to it. So I guess that's just for clarity. So you know that's what's going on for the documentation's sake. So then they're doing this loop over the server. So they're doing server.clients.forEach. And then, yeah, they like to name all of these lambdas. Okay, then we're okay. So then, if is alive is false, then terminate the WebSocket. Okay. If WebSocket is alive, otherwise then set WebSocket is alive to false, and then it does the ping. Well, I don't know what that exactly is doing there because they have a no op thing. Anyway, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break, Don't go anywhere unless you want to. I can't stop you, Where's that? There we go. All right, we'll be right back in a second. Ooh, we are back. All right. All right. Okay, so yeah, I guess I'm kind of doing the same thing with this ping, because they have the no op, which I guess I don't really know why. I wish they would. Maybe there's the documentation on ping, but basically they're just passing an empty function, doesn't do anything to ping to the. So this is the client connect WebSocket. We call .ping, and then I don't know what comes through in that. Maybe we can measure ping times, because that's also something that would be interesting to know about. Maybe something with that. So we need to look at the documentation for ping on the WebSocket connection itself. I set this up to do every 5 seconds. Maybe we do something like 10 seconds instead. Just to kind of, we don't need to be sending things. I don't know. I feel like 30 seconds might be, I don't know. We could maybe get away with 30 seconds. So pinging the clients, pinging all the clients every 30 seconds. And in my case, what I'm doing is I'm looping through. So instead of looping through the server.clients, instead of server.clients.4h, I'm looping through each of my I'm looping through each of my players. Actually, this is not going to work anymore. So if we do, let's do, this should be player ID. Wait a minute. What? This wouldn't work at all. Okay, player. And then we do player.ws, player.ws.terminate, player.ws.isAlive, player.ping with nothing. And again, I'm kind of interested in this ping thing. Maybe we'll find something. The problem is I don't know how to test this on like my own system with the development server, because how do I disconnect the browser from not being able to communicate to the server? Like I could test it externally, like with, or I could bring my wife's laptop in here and do that, and then turn off the Wi-Fi or something, and then just test it that way, I guess. Neris, you can do pings from the client side and store the timestamp of the last ping or packet from the client on the server side. You can do, I got to reread this. You can do pings from the client side and store the timestamp of the last ping or packet from the client on the server side. So you don't have to send the ping packet from the server. Well, the thing is, I probably would do. Well, okay, so the reason why I would even care about ping times would be maybe to see if if people have a really poor, really slow, high latency connection to the server, like maybe I would think about giving them like a little bit of an extra buffer on time to complete, because you've got 30 seconds to pop as many bubbles as you can. But if, for whatever reason it took a really long time, they get that, they have an extra 100 milliseconds or something added on there. Maybe we would give them a 100 millisecond little extra buffer to be able to play still. But yeah, I might do that. Probably can be exploited. Yes, that probably could be, because you could just somehow delay that. But yeah, it's kind of like we'll see what we end up running into. All right, so this. But what I'm doing now is just this is just for the server to check if there's like a dead connection, basically. So if it's not getting a response, so this is just checking if a client had their network cable plug unpulled, or network went down or something like that, and therefore the browser, like the WebSocket on the browser, doesn't know that it's down, basically. And it went down in a way that it can't obviously talk to the server anymore. Even if it could know, oh, there's something wrong, it can't talk to the server anymore to notify the server. So the server needs to disconnect the player. Okay, so let's continue looking at this here. Okay, so if player is not alive, terminate the connection. Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay. This should be fine. I guess we'll leave it at 5 seconds for now. maybe we want to do something. Something with closing when the server well, the server's not going to close ever. All right, so let's see what we've got here. Yeah, let's see what this is here. Pong messages are automatically sent in response to ping messages as required by the spec, so that's just a WebSocket thing. Just like the server example above, your clients might as well lose connection without knowing it. You might want to add a ping listener on your clients to prevent that. A simple implementation would be, oh, so this is for, oh, this is if you just have a this is if you're using a node website, the WS package as a client. A node server as a client. Well, I guess it's not necessarily a server, but you're using a Node.js as a client to another server, I guess. But let's just read through this because we might actually need to do something like that too on the client side. Okay, so use WebSocket terminate, which immediately destroys the connection instead of WebSocket close, which waits for the close timer. Delay should be equal to the interval at which your server sends out pings plus a conservative assumption of the latency. Okay. That's interesting. Okay, client dot. Nice. Okay, so the client the client basically, okay, so yeah, so then this ping timeout, if this hits before we receive, before we kill it, right. So if we receive a ping, we run the function which clears the timeout, then sets the timeout up again, and waits. Gotcha. Okay. That kind of makes sense. I don't think we really need to worry about that. But we might at some point. So I also want to look at, I just kind of want to take a look at that ping, the WebSocket object ping. Come on. Okay, simple server. Where does it actually talk about? Whoops. Oh, it even has a built-in compression layer. Nice. Yeah, yeah. It's kind of cool. I mean, I guess yeah. It's just all part of the WebSocket spec, and whatnot. Yeah. I don't think I really need to look through these docs anymore. I kind of wanted to see if there was more this API doc is not very sending and receiving. Is there like a opt-in for performance and spec compliance? Let's see what this is here. Interesting. There are 2 optional modules that can be installed alongside the WS module. These modules are binary add-ons which improve certain operations. Pre-built binaries are available for the most popular platforms, so you don't necessarily need to have a C++ compiler installed on your machine. Buffer util allows to efficiently perform operations such as masking and unmasking the data payload of the WebSocket frames. Interesting. Interesting. Don't really care about that right now, but that sounds interesting for the future potentially. This note here sounds interesting. Note that Node.js has a variety of issues with high performance compression, where increased concurrency, especially on Linux, can lead to catastrophic memory fragmentation and slow performance. That's interesting. Catastrophic memory fragmentation. All right. Reading all this just making my head spin a little right now. We don't need to worry too much about that. Just staring at text. Isn't that what we're doing right now? I'm staring at text. Okay, so I think what we've got here is pretty much good enough. Yeah. Okay. All right. Set interval is working. Just printing high down in the console there. Beautiful. All right. Okay. What do we want to... Maybe let's just make this 10 seconds for right now. Okay. So... we want to clean up the player. Neris, I built my own buffer management system to avoid memory fragmentation back in the day, and now it's available out of the box in the standard library. This makes me so sad. Gotcha. Well, that sounds pretty cool. Doing it yourself. You're talking about C, you're talking about like... You're talking about in C++ now? It was so much fun, but I've spent so much time implementing it. Yeah, I got you. It was C#. Gotcha. Well, yeah, I mean, if you had fun and learned some stuff and whatever, I mean, that sounds pretty good. Back in the day when mono was the thing for servers. Mono. I've heard of Mono. I probably wasn't around back in the day. By that, I mean I wasn't programming at that point back in the day. Programming at what you're calling back in the day. Okay, so I think we're looking pretty good here with this. I want to... Yeah, actually, let's see what we get here. CLG. Let's just see what happens. Does that ever print? Oh, maybe when we actually have a... Oh, we actually need a client. How about that? Okay. 5 seconds. Nope. Oh. Okay, well, let's do a little investigating of our own here. Let's see if we get some property through this function. Because according to the WS documentation, it didn't say anything about what this function is or does or anything. They just put a blank function in there. So let's actually... Undefined. Okay. Because I was thinking, maybe it like keeps track of the ping times or something, but I guess not. I have to keep track of it myself. Okay, so we're just going to go back to function, blank function here. There we go. All right, so let's do something here where all right, we need to, okay, so when our player disconnects, we need to actually do this stuff here as well. So I guess we might as well... Yeah, because we need to, if the player was the waiting player, we need to make sure the waiting player goes away. And if the player was in a match or something, when we decided we needed to terminate the WebSocket, we need to make sure that we clean out all that match data too. So we can basically just do these same two lines. I think that's fine. Maybe we need to put that into a function or something, but I feel like that's probably good enough. Here we're actually forcefully terminating the WebSocket. So we need to do something. Actually, I think we are going to put this into a little function. So what are we in the constructor here? No, we're in the init function. So we need like our own little... we need a function here like cleanup player. Yeah, let's do that. So do cleanup player, and then, whoa, just punched my monitor there. I'm going to pass the player object in, and then we're going to do basically this. And then we need to remove the player from the player's array, I guess. It's kind of our deal. Because like right now, if I were to set up if I were to do something like this, set interval 3000 milliseconds. CLG this dot players dot length. Let's do something like this. Let's do, whoa. Ah, come on. Players. And let's do matches. So we're going to just print this dot matches dot length. Is length something I can run on? Matches is a hash table, hash map, whatever. I guess we could do values as a method. Oh, size. There we go. That's what we got to call. Mcubus. What's going on, Mcubus? Dizien Dobry. Sorry, that was probably awful. Maybe means good. Hi. Perfect. Nice. Nice. What's going on, Mcubus? I'm sorry, I don't know Polish. Perfect. Is that hi there, hello there in Polish? All right, now we're printing the number of players and the number of matches that we have in our thing here. So let's mess with that. So we're just printing it every 3 seconds. So that's why it just keeps popping up. So we got one player, and right now we're not removing the players. So I'm doing this to kind of just show that we're not removing any player objects. Let's get these consoles going here. How about that? There we go. So we got 2 players, 0 matches. So let's have this player wait, and then we'll have this player join. So now we got a match. 2 players, 1 matches. We'll do some stuff here. We'll just play a little bit. Play a little bit with this player here. Whoa. Still got 2 players, 1 match, 1 matches. I go to the streams of foreign people and greet them from Poland to make the day pleasant and to run the ruin the stream is what you're saying? Or okay, nice. We got 0. It's okay. So we're cleaning up the matches. Good enough. So that's good. The match ended. We cleaned it up. Make the stream pleasant too. No, I appreciate that, Mcubus. I'm Cubus. Sorry, it's I'm Cubus. I remember. It's supposed to be I am. Nice. Well, good morning. Yeah. Well, it's not a good morning. Well, it's what you're coming up you're in the evening right now, right? In Poland. As I entered here, I noticed a smile on your face. Well, there you go. Mission accomplished. I'm Cubus. I appreciate it. No, I appreciate you coming in and saying good morning. It is. Well, actually, we're almost to noon now. 2 minutes away from noon here in Central Standard Time. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to refresh one of these browsers here, and the thing is we're going to have 3 players now. So we're not getting rid of that player. Whoa. Let's join another match there. There we go. Opponent found. We're in a match. Brilliant. 3 players in 1 match. Player disconnected. What? Oh. Sweet. That's right, because I refreshed. Why did it say player disconnected twice? Oh, I know why. Neris, why does it say finding opponent? Still, why does it still let you play? So what it's doing is it's letting you practice while you wait. So it's letting you do like a single player game while you wait for an opponent, basically. That was what was going on. So if I'm at finding opponent, you can have practice while you wait. I still don't really like that English. I mean, it's fine English. I just don't like the wording exactly. I'd like to make it a little better. So while we're finding an opponent, this guy is just sitting here. He hasn't done anything. He's just on the main menu, right? He's not waiting for a game or whatever. I didn't notice this. Yeah, so like I can just practice, and then we're still waiting for an opponent while we're just kind of playing our own little single player game, basically. And we can quit and go back to the main menu, and we're still finding an opponent. We can go to the tutorial, whatever, and we're still just waiting for an opponent. And then if an opponent connects, then it kicks this guy into the match right away. So it's just kind of to let you, you know, go around and practice while you're just waiting for a match or something. Okay, so we've got an issue. What we need to do is now we need to actually remove the players that disconnect. Because right now, let's just refresh these two. So now at this point we should have, if I refresh these two, we should have 5 players, but 3 of them aren't even there because we've refreshed 3 browsers. So now it's going to show player disconnected a bunch of times because our little ping loop is going to say, oh, these players are disconnected, right? So now it's doing that 3 times for the 3 players. So we actually need to remove those players. Is kind of what we need to really do. So that's why I started creating this cleanup player function, because we're going to kind of call that in this case, because we terminated the WebSocket, but basically it still has the player WebSocket is alive. It's still an object that is false. So when we come through and it's false, then we're just printing this player disconnected thing. So we need to actually remove the player now. So I'm going to go here. We're gonna go here and say this dot cleanup player, and we're gonna go up here and run the same function. We're gonna say this dot cleanup player. We're gonna call that. Oh, and we need to pass the player. Oh boy, wait a minute. How did I do that before? Player. Where is player come in? Const player equals new player. Oh, so just through closures we have access to that. Okay, so we just need to pass. Yeah, we need to pass the player through this cleanup player function. So we need to pass player here. And we need to pass player up here. So we're going to call, well, this dot cleanup player, and we're going to pass player right there. I'm going to get rid of this because we're about to, within this cleanup player function, we're going to remove the player from the players array. Kodako. Hey, what's going on, Kodako? Good to see you. Just working on my typer. Nice. Yeah, I'd like to check that out, Kodako, at some point. You don't have any playable version right now, or do you? How's it going today? It is going pretty well so far. Got a little bit later start this stream. Got about a half-hour delay, but it's going well. I'm working on cleaning up. So basically, my server was not cleaning up the player objects. We're just kind of tidying up some server stuff. And I knew I wasn't cleaning up the player objects, but we need to make sure we get that. That's something we need to make sure we take care of before we go live. And I also just implemented a thing that detects whether or not, per the documentation, per the Node.js WS package documentation, well, not Node.js, well, it's a third-party package, but per the WebSocket library I'm using, I implemented a little thing that does a ping to the clients, and then that way it can detect if a player, like lost network. So if a WebSocket doesn't respond, if a client doesn't respond, we can disconnect them, basically. Because normally if you refresh the tab or refresh the browser or close the tab or just close the whole browser, the WebSockets through the browser API will just, through the browser will just close the connection, which is nice. So like I don't even have to do anything special on the client to do that. It just does that. So then the server will just clean up the player object automatically in that case. But now we actually have a little ping thing set up to actually get rid of the player if they really don't respond. And there's just one more thing I need to do to actually make sure that we clean up the players. I don't, but I'm looking into getting an MVP out soon. MVP? I was going to wait until I finish multiplayer, but then I thought maybe let's just get an MVP out without multiplayer. I don't know what MVP is. Most valuable player, most valuable person. All right, I got to take a quick bathroom break and then minimum viable product. I got you. That's kind of what I was doing with Populus. Like, just get the little single player out there and as long as it works and you can, it doesn't crash, just put it out there. All right, BRB. All right, we are back. Okay, so oops, bumping the mic there. But yeah, Kodako, I'm looking forward to checking out your game because I like little typing games. I've used Type Racer before, and that's kind of fun. Just like the single player for Type Racer. Awesome. I hope I can share it soon. Yeah. is there going to be a section for like how fast you can do the autocomplete stuff? Because that's like pretty much what I do. This dot there, this dot init, blah blah blah. How fast can I tab, and how little can I type by doing autocomplete? You know, dot this dot name. I don't know. There's no autocomplete, unfortunately. Yeah, I figured, but it's just fine. It's funny how much I rely on autocomplete. Like if I'm doing, let's see, config dot, except for VS Code, never actually goes to my actual things. Config dot countdown timer dot, why? Duration. Well, I use autocomplete if it really actually works in VS Code. I think people would be too triggered if they had to type out indentations. All right, so what's the best way to remove something from an array in JavaScript? A random thing. So new JavaScript file. I think we can do includes. Let's try something here. Let's do const a equals an object name Jared. Neris, is Node.js running a single thread? How do you handle concurrency there? Neris, yes. Node.js is just a single-threaded but non-blocking thing. So that's kind of their big selling point. Is it's single-threaded, but it's really fast and responsive. Is kind of the idea. So you know you can have a bunch of connections, but just the way the call stack or whatever works, meh, too easy. It's very easy, which is awesome. Yeah, honestly, it's very, very simple. I don't understand how other languages are blocking. Well, I think what it is it's like a, I mean, I understand it, but I would not want to deal with it. Well, I think, is it more of like you're kind of waiting for certain things to happen from the server, and this is me not maybe understanding it fully, but like something happens with the client, and then you're like waiting for something with the client until that happens, and then it's done, you know, like then it's done. That might be a typical like, or as far as I know, like a lot of, you know, if you're handling a bunch of HTTP connections or whatever with some other thing, you would be doing more of like a thread per client or whatever, a thread per connection or something like that. Yeah, I mean, Node has quite advanced handling under the hood to make sure it can be async. Yeah, and I mean, I imagine it's just kind of like JavaScript's like the way like the JavaScript call stack thing kind of works, where, you know, it's going to finish executing the function, whatever, but as soon as you like are done with that, as soon as you're done with the call stack, then, or you're back up outside of the call stack, then the next thing can run or whatever. And yeah, maybe I don't understand it enough, but I don't understand, but it's nice to use, right? Okay, so const A, we'll do const B, and I want to do Doug. Who's Doug? I don't know. Const array equals an array. We're going to put A and B in there. And then let's do C too. Let's put a C on there. Const C equals name Jimmy. Thimmy. Jimmy, come on. I want to do it with objects is kind of the thing. I don't want to do it with just integers. So now if Oh, we need to do index of. That's what we need to do. We need to do like a two-step thing where, well, I don't know what would be faster if we do an array. So we do array, whoops, C, and then if we do CLG array.filter item equals B. Or we want to do item does not equal. Yeah, okay. So like if we knew we wanted to remove B, Doug, then we could do like an array filter and then do that to remove it and then just reassign. I don't know if I like that. I think I'd rather do something like this. So our original array is not touched, basically. Array.filter returns a new array, a copy, not a copy, a new array, but it's the same objects inside. Because then we would have to reassign. We'd have to say array is now something else, whatever. I don't know if I like that. I would rather do array filter item. Okay, we need to do something. You can use splice. Yes, that's my next thing right here. So what I think we really want to do is index of and then splice. So we'll do array.splice. Start would be, so we would do, this would be the array.index of B. Yeah, so we're going to remove Doug, the object with Doug, and we're going to delete 1. So then now we print array. Yeah, I think this is what we want to do. We're going to do the index of B and then splice, remove the 1 to get it out. Yes. I always have to remind myself exactly what we want to do. Okay, so we need to do array index of that player and then splice and then the 1. So I'm just going to copy paste this so I remember exactly. All right, so we'll do that in our cleanup player here. We are going to do this.players.splice. And then that will be this.players.index of player 1. Okay. All right, so now it's a matter of testing. Making sure our players go away. So we go, oh yeah, I forgot. We can test the disconnect. Or no, never mind. Forget what I said. I didn't say anything. Okay. So now, okay, we've got 2 players. We're finding a match. Let's join another match just for kicks. Okay. We don't really need to do a match, but I'm just doing it for fun. And two players, 1 match. 2. Okay, so now we're gonna refresh this guy here. Oh boy. Typed it wrong. This.player.index of. We need to do this.players.index of. Okay, now we need to do it all over again. Okay. Let's refresh here. Player closed connection. Player connected. We got players 2, matches 0. Okay, that's good. Because before we had players, we would have had players 3. So if I wasn't doing this, let's get rid of this commented line there. If I wasn't doing this, we would end up with player connected. I guess we did a match. We fired up a match. Here we'd end up with 3 players because I refreshed the browser. Now we'd have 3 players, and we're not removing that player. That player that was before, that WebSocket connection was a player, a previous player. Because basically my WebSocket connections, I'm connecting those one-to-one with players in the game on the server side. Okay. So now I think we're cleaning everything up nice and properly. Let's go back to our nice 300-second time and everything. Let's do that. I'm going to go to config.js. Okay. So we've got 2 players. All right, I've got another browser. We've got 3 players. Another browser. We've got 4 players now. Let's find another match here. So we've got 2 players in a match, right? Wait a minute. What happened there? Total time 3. What? Did I do it the wrong way? Oh, I did it the wrong way. I did 3 seconds instead of 300 seconds. That'd be quite the difference there. All right, okay, never mind. We got to refresh all of these now. We got 0 players. All right, we got to refresh each one of these. Did we already do this one? There we go. We should have 4 players now. Let's get a game going between a couple of them. We got 1 game going. We've got another game going. Okay, so we've got 2 matches now. All right, and on this one, we'll get some... And where's our other... Okay. Nice. This is looking pretty good. We got 4 players. We got a bunch of stuff going on. I'm going to refresh this one. So 1 match closed. This guy got kicked back. Oh, one thing. We need to set the time. All right, so now we still have 4 players, but we only have 1 match running, so that's good because we have 1 player close the connection, and they refreshed. So let's just have this guy quit altogether. We had a player close connection. Now we're just down to 3 players. So we'll straight up close this one. Now we're just back down to 2 players in the middle of a match. Let's close that. Player quit a match. 2 players still, 0 matches. Awesome. Awesome. Yeah, that's looking pretty good. Now, I guess I'll say fails to Pong. Okay. All right. Figure out how to get rid of a match after it's over. Well, we pretty much have that now. We're deleting it from that match hash map. So is there a reason to use the hash map anymore for this? So let's do a little search here for the word matches. 7 results in 3 files. So config, we don't care about that. So we just care about this application.js file in the server folder. This .matches equals a new map. Players.length matches. That's just our console log. These two are the same thing. And here we're doing matches.matches. But we're never calling matches.get. So maybe we don't need the map. I guess we don't need the map at all. We could probably get rid of that. And we just call the splice returning the deleted elements, right? Which we just ignore. Okay, so let's do the same thing for the matches. We don't need to do a map because this was kind of a dumb thing anyway, where I use the match as the key and the value. So it was needed at one point, but we're gonna just change that to okay. So we have matches is a new map. Here we're just doing this is just a console log, and actually we'll change it to matches.length. So we're gonna make this a new array, and we're crashing, which is fine. Oh, that's why we're crashing. Put an L instead of a semicolon. We're calling this .matches.delete and this is .matches.set. So let's look at matches.set. Instead of that, we're just going to do matches.push. And then matches.delete. Let's split this onto a multi-line here. So we do match.create. And then this is the function that runs to remove the match. This .matches.delete. Okay. So instead of this, we want to do this .matches.splice, kind of the same thing. This .matches.index of match, and then remove 1. Yep, and then this is a function that will just return undefined. Okay. All right, so let's see how this works now. to do, figure out how to get rid of a match if it's over. I think we pretty much did that. Hang on a second here. Match. Let's look at match.endMatch. Okay, this is the function, the method end match. Quitting player. Ooh, yes, that's one thing we need to look at. Let's just get rid of that. We don't need to do that. All right, I'm going to get rid of this. We're going to get rid of all this stuff. The bytes up, we could probably get rid of that. Let's see. All right, I just want to make sure that now, we really want to make sure that our players are really disappearing. Or the matches and everything are ending properly now. Actually, before we do that, let's go to 3-second matches real quick here, just for testing that. Let's go to 10-second matches maybe. All right, so we're back to 2 players. Let's jump into a match, finding opponent. We found an opponent, 3, 2, 1. Beautiful. Players 2, matches 1. Now we're back to matches 0, so that worked. All right, I like it. Yes, very nice. Okay, so what was I doing here? All right. Yeah, everything is looking pretty good. All right, server restarted since here we're just doing a practice game, so that's not going to show a match on the server. Whoops. We got a quick reset key there. So just our practice single player mode is just happening exclusively in the browser. There's no server communication there. At some point there may be, we might do something, you know, but I don't know. There's not really any reason. Okay, so we still have our 2 players. Opponent found. Matches 1. Matches are 0 now. Ooh. I just thought about something. The retry button is a little misleading, perhaps. Retry does not actually mean. Okay, so if we do a competitive match here, 3, 2, 1. So time's up. Time's up. Time's up. There we go. Time's up. The retry button here actually kicks you back into a practice game. So it doesn't. Yeah, there's no like rematch. It's not like a rematch button or something. Like rematch with the same player. Like ask them if they want a rematch. That might be kind of a cool thing. So you could just like keep playing the same people over and over again. But or you could just keep, you know, one-on-oneing the same player over and over again. But I don't think. I don't know. I don't. You know, like maybe it would be like a rematch button, and then you click it, and then the other player gets like a prompt or something. Oh, the other player is asking for a rematch. Because I would kind of need to. That would kind of require a little more back end fanciness to like have like a lobby or something, for lack of a better word, that like two players get joined in a lobby, and then they'll stay in the lobby as long as they don't like somebody doesn't quit. And then they would just kind of be lobbied together, but that lobby would persist through like several matches, right? Like a match would go away. The match object would generate and go away. I mean, or we could just have some sort of like match regenerating thing or something where it's, I don't know, that sounds a little weird though. Because I like the idea of a match being one game. Yeah, honestly, I feel like this is probably good enough really for now, like user experience wise. Like we're not going to get too much into like scores and like lobby or leaderboard stuff yet. That's going to kind of be what we hit once we go live with this first version of multiplayer. Yeah, right now it's really just a matter of cleaning up a few things here and there. I do want to do something about this retry button. I don't know. I don't know if we want to have it, because it's just not super clear like what it means when you hit retry, because now it just kicks you back into a practice game. It doesn't like rematch you with that same opponent, basically. So I need to kind of figure out, maybe I'm going to add that to Trello, because I don't know if I want to answer that question yet. It's kind of like I need to think about it. Actually, no, we need to. What are we doing right now? We're doing this. Let's see. Remove retry button on StatsScreen, or I guess rename or replace retry. Or I guess let's call it this. Let's figure out what to do with retry button on StatsScreen after a one-on-one match. And this would be a, all right, so we just added that here. What is this? User experience, basically. Okay, so currently this kicks us into just a practice game again. So even if we had just played we fire up a match together, and it just needs to be more clear. There we go. Time's up. So now, like retry, it's like, well, what does retry mean? You know, like, does it So I need to figure out if I want this button to be now like it's not rematch, because that's, again, that would be like a separate, that would require like back end work to get that, require server side work to get that running. Ryan K. Hawkins, play random, replay opponent. Welcome, Ryan K. Hawkins. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. Well, okay, so yeah, the I basically have two options right now. Well, currently what it does, so the retry button actually just kicks you into a single player practice mode. So here we just had two players play, and if I hit retry, this player just started a practice game, right? And that makes sense for if you do a practice game. So if I go into just a practice game on one player, it makes sense that the retry button would be there for that. So I see my stats at the end of the game, time's up, see my stats, and retry. You know, it's kind of clear, like, oh, okay, retry practice, right? But for the competitive mode, we need to figure out what we want to have. And you can't, what I was just saying was we can't actually, I don't want to do the work of having it be a direct rematch with the opponent, like you suggested, replay opponent. I don't want to have that yet. We don't need it yet. It's just, it's a feature. I feel like we could spend our time doing more important things. But it at least needs to be like maybe the requeue for multiplayer kind of thing. Badger, what's going on? What's going on? Badger's playing. So instead of retry, it needs to be like, I mean, the quit is fine because quit kicks you back to the main menu. I like it. But it just needs to be like, and we need to figure out what we want to have the one-on-one, what the name of that button be. Naris, new game. Well, I don't want it to be a practice. I don't think I want it to be a practice. I want it to be the same as, I want it to be like requeue for multiplayer again. Like find a new match, basically. But I need to kind of figure out the verbiage for that. So instead of retry, it would be like find a new match. So it would be the same as going here and pushing this, well, whatever this button is, that says, puts us at finding opponent. So I still need to figure out exactly the you know, again, that's on the Trello. We need to figure out the new main menu layout, because right now it's pushing this button, which is technically a button, but it's not really supposed to be a button, to actually queue for multiplayer. We need to have like, yeah, I don't know. And another one smashes the cup. Nice. Well, I'm thinking of this. I'm thinking of using the word play, because right now, if you're on populus.gg, there's the live version right now. Basically, you got a play button and a tutorial button, and play just means practice, right? We don't have multiplayer live on populus.gg right now. So I'm thinking of just renaming play to mean multiplayer. So play will just mean a multiplayer game, and then there'll be like a practice button that will mean what I'm doing right now, the single player practice, offline, whatever. How am I doing here? We're at 70-something bubbles, I think, probably. 70-something? 65! Get out of here. All right. So I'm thinking of making play be the one-on-one, and then practice be the what we're doing, what play is right now on the live site. And then maybe, so if we do that, then maybe we'll let this 10-second thing time out here. So then maybe we could just have it be play again. Because retry kind of sounds like, oh, does that mean replay the same opponent again? But I think we could maybe have this just say play again. Play again? No, that doesn't. That also kind of implies. That also kind of implies like I'm playing the same opponent again. Like it needs to be like new match or something. Here, let's do this at least. Let's just at least make the functionality be requeuing. We can at least do that. We can figure out our semantics later. Neris, okay, I think I overdid the cooking for the holidays. I'm out of space in the fridge. Yikes. That sounds like a good problem to have, though. My wife and I pretty much just ran out of our holiday food, so we're kind of, our fridge is getting empty right now. We need to figure out what we're, figure out what's going on with the food situation for New Year's. Ryan, that's called a quality problem. Sounds like pizza time. Nice. All right. Yeah, let's at least just change the functionality of the retry button in this case. So that should be pretty easy. We're jumping over to our client code here. We're going to look at our application. We need to have, well, let's see here. So StatsScreen. Let's pull up our StatsScreen object. Okay, so here we go. So here's our retry button. Our retry button on click basically emits the event match countdown started. So that if we fire a match countdown started with no parameters, that basically just means a practice match. Or it implicitly sets, there's like a practice property or whatever that goes through, and that implicitly is true by default, or it's by default true. So just by calling this without any parameters, we're implying a practice match. All right, I gotta do another bathroom break here, guys. I'm sorry. Whew. I've been pounding the fluids. I'm gonna take it easy though. I think now the coffee's almost out, so drop a Durana BRB there. I'll be right back in a little bit. All right. Neris, I'm stupid. I forgot it's literally natural fridge outside. Nice. Yeah, I'm from Wisconsin, so that's typically a very cold state in the U.S. So using outside for the fridge is not all too uncommon either. All right. So, okay. So what I'm thinking, yes, here we go. Basically, we have this. I don't really like all this implicit junk I'm doing. But I don't, well, never mind. I won't really explain that. Explain what I mean by that. So our StatsScreen object, we've got a static method called create. So this actually sets up an instance of our StatsScreen object. It does all of the setup and gets the positions and everything going and all that good stuff. It's actually quite a hefty little function there. But it's just a straight point A to point B kind of function. Does a bunch of stuff. And that's great. So we've got a property that can optionally be passed here called server stats. And if server stats is null or evaluates to false, we assume we're just doing a practice match. And we generate some stats, I guess. Yeah, we calculate the stats on the client side. So that's good. The one thing is, so basically we've got an on-click function we set for our button, our retry button. So basically I could just do a check if we've got some server stats, meaning if we just ended a competitive game mode. If we just ended a competitive match, then we could just set this callback function to be something else. So we could just do server stats, a little ternary check here, server stats, and then do, I guess we'll do a multi-line ternary here, maybe. I never know, how are you supposed to really do a ternary? Like this, a multi-line ternary. Event emitter dot emit. All right, so now let's see what we can actually do here. So if there's server, oh, wait, this is wrong. Okay, this is the practice one. So if we're in a practice match, we need to do this. If we're in a practice match, oh, come on. See, I don't, is multi-line ternary not really even supposed to be a thing? Because it seems like nobody ever really, like, am I supposed to do the question mark here? Am I supposed to do the question mark in the front of that line? I mean, I kind of like the question mark in the front of that line because it's kind of like, that tells me what I'm looking at, like, right away, easily. Like, if I see something that looks like this, I'm like, oh, yeah, that's a ternary. People don't like to read multi-line ternary IDK. Yeah. Well, so this is, see, because this is my turn. I'm returning a function, an anonymous function. So these lines are kind of long. And this one's going to be long once I fill in the type of event here, once I fill in this string. So it's kind of like, I don't really want to have, or I mean nested. Oh, nested ternary. Yeah. Yeah, I understand that. That looks fine. I mean, people don't like nested ternaries. Gotcha. Right. Okay, so But I'm just like, I just never know, like, should I do the question mark in the front and like not up, you know, so then there's like just nothing up here, or, but then this looks weird, but then is it that? And I feel like, I don't know. I don't mind so much. I guess it depends on the ternary. Yeah. And I mean, I'm fine with this. I just, like, this is fine. Whatever. Neris. Oh. Yeah. Neris, you actually got it right there. That's what I should be doing. Good catch. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, I should pass the string. I should do the string in the ternary there rather than the whole function, because I'm just duplicating a bunch of work, basically. Thank you, Neris. Okay, so get rid of this. Okay, so we're going to do server stats. Whoops. Server stats. And then this. There we go. This. That. Boom. 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 Bang. Boom. All right, beautiful. Yes, this is right. So this is practice. This means practice match. This means, well, we need to look at what this needs to be exactly. And I need to make sure that it's okay to do this without any extra like cleanup or anything. Ooh. Okay, actually this might be a little tricky. Okay, so let's match countdown started. Let's just look at that real quick. So match countdown started. We'd be coming directly from the stats screen. If we hit the retry button, we'd be going to match wait started, or match countdown started. And okay, so if there's a stat screen, we kill the stat screen. So that's okay. So that takes care of that right away. The following ifs are for if a player was waiting for a server match, not in this case. Then destruct any point the player was at. Well, okay, I guess that technically is true there. I'll just put an extra little note here. Also would be true if the player clicked the retry button on the stats screen. Okay, that's good. Ooh. Yeah, see, this is where I'm getting to like a point where it would be nice to have like some sort of screen management thing. Well, I've been saying that a bunch now because there's just so much like checking of things and like, oh, can we do this? Do we do that? But at the same time, it's actually really not all that bad. That might be something we kind of look at, whoops, a little more in the future. Okay. Event match wait started, listener. Match wait started. We got rid of that now. Oh, match wait started was this find match button clicked. Okay. I'm going to get rid of that. Okay, so we need to do... Okay, we need to do this. Find match button clicked. Oh, come on. Whoa. Wait a minute here. Oh. Okay. Can we do this? Match weight started. We need to You know what? We just do this. We just call this find match button clicked. Yeah, that's all. We just fire that event because technically it is the find match button. Fired from both the from the main menu, or let's just say can be fired from both the main menu and the stats screen. All right, so I think we can just get rid of, we basically do, okay, if we don't have a match weight widget, we do this stuff. Maybe we do. Oh, wait a minute. Find match button clicked. Oh, up here, we'll do a stats screen check like this. If stats screen, we kill the stats screen. All right, wait a minute. Okay, so we're on the stats screen. And we're going to fire this find match button clicked event. So then if this stats screen would be true, so we kill the stats screen, we set the object to null. So we get rid of the stats screen. Kodako getting some dinner, have a good stream. Hey, thanks Kodako. Thanks for hanging out. I really appreciate it as always. So yeah, hope you have a good dinner. More Christmas leftovers? Okay, find match button clicked. That's what we're going to be emitting here. Marcelo B 2004. Marcelo, what's going on? Thanks for the follow. I really appreciate it. I really do. I think I got that right. Marcelo B. Marcellob. Marcello? Cello? C-E-L-L-O? Like a cello. Okay. So the yep, this is good. Yeah, like cello. Gotcha. Marcello. I like it. Nice. What's going on, Marcello? Thanks for hanging out. And thanks again for the follow. I really appreciate it. Okay, so this should be looking good here. Find match button clicked. I really hope so. I really hope we're good. Thanks to Neris's keen eye on that ternary operation there. We simplified that down a bunch. Thanks, man. No, thank you. Thank you, Marcello. Marcello B, right? Because he said it's like cello, so I'm going to go with Marcello B. Okay. Well, Marcello, I guess you're probably new around here. I mean, if not, I guess you can tell me to knock it off. But I'll give you a little demo of what we're working on here. Actually, we'll go to the live site. We're working on my game. It's called Populus. Throw it down in the chat there. Yeah, I'm new. Gotcha. Well, welcome. So we're working on my game called Populus. You can play it right now. Populus.gg. I just plugged the link down there in the chat. And it's a game where you pop bubbles. So this is the main page when you go to populus.gg, and there's a play button here. You can click the, I mean, you can check out the tutorial too, but I'm going to give you kind of the tutorial right now. Click the play button, starts a game. You got 30 seconds to pop as many bubbles as you can. So you're going to always pop whatever bubble matches the color here up in this position. So the bubble, we're going to go for this cyan bubble first. So to pop the bubble, you hover your mouse over it, and you either press the space bar or left click. I like the space bar personally. And then now it's this dark blue one, and you're kind of just following those bubbles off to the side there. You're just seeing how many you can pop. And I am currently the second fastest Populus player in the world. I like saying that because it sounds really lame. There's one guy who totally destroys, who's totally destroyed me. And there's probably other people that might be faster, but yeah. So yeah, check it out. Check it out, Marcello, if you so wish. Don't want to force anything on anyone, to be honest. And I also have a Discord, which Evan yesterday was saying, hey, you should set up your Nightbot to automatically do it. Marcello, it's really good. Hey, thanks. I appreciate that. I appreciate the kind comments. Yeah, I mean, it's a simple game. It's a simple little crappy game, but I feel like it is kind of fun to play to some extent. And I've certainly been having a little bit of fun. Like I said, I'm the number 2 Populus player in the world right now. Number 2 of like 3 Populus players. So, I've been having fun with Truyakski, who is the number 1 Populus player. I've been having fun just trying to like practice to like see if I can get to be as fast as him. But I was gonna plug the Discord here. I got a Discord for anyone out there anyone out there in the chat in the Twitch viewing land. Got a Discord server. Don't have to join it, but if you so decide to, you can. There's not a whole lot out there yet. I'd like to start doing like updates after every stream, just kind of maybe with some GIFs that kind of show what's happened over the stream and just kind of the progress that's being made. I think that would be pretty cool. I haven't Discord right now. Hey, no worries, Marcello. I was just kind of throwing it out there if anyone's interested. But there is the thing that is kind of interesting and cool is there's a high scores channel underneath the Populus section on the server. And that's where we're going to be posting our videos of our high scores. Currently, I've got my top score video there. And Truyakski has his number 1. He's got 124 pops in 30 seconds. That is Truyakski's latest score. You go live every day. No, I do not, Marcello. I stream Mondays and Tuesdays. Get started at 10 a.m. Central Time, and I stream for usually like 6 to 8 hours usually. Yesterday we did about 8 hours. Today I got a little bit of a late start this morning, but yeah, we'll see how long we go. We're going to be going for a couple more hours here. We've been going for almost 3 now, so probably another 3 hours from now. But yeah, Mondays and Tuesdays, 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. That's my official schedule. I like to try to do like a Thursday night stream, or maybe a weekend stream, like a Saturday stream if I can, just for a couple hours or something. Those haven't been happening lately because with Christmas and everything, and then probably not going to happen this week at all, just with New Year's and everything. And we've got some friends coming up and staying. And actually, I got to celebrate Christmas with my parents. We celebrated Christmas with my wife's family, but this over the actual Christmas weekend there, but haven't even celebrated Christmas with my parents yet, my brother. So we got to, my wife and I got to go do that this coming weekend as well. But yeah, I hope everybody had a Merry Christmas, and hope everybody had you got any good gifts, share them in the chat. That's what I want to know about people's Christmas gifts. I got a nice hat from my in-laws. Nice winter hat. Marcello, okay, I'm going to join next live. I guess you're talking about the Discord, or you're talking about, yeah. No worries about Discord. Nobody has to join the Discord, but if you feel so moved, go ahead, I guess. What kind of What kind of programming language do you use for this game? Great question, Marcello. Yes. So, well, it's obviously a web browser game, right? So there's a lot of, it's actually a pretty hefty amount of code running just JavaScript inside of the browser. So like if you play populus.gg right now, in fact, that's just purely, the whole game is purely running in the browser. There's not really anything crazy going on server side right now on the current populus.gg. So this is mostly just JavaScript. There is, it's basically all JavaScript with, and I have my own little game engine kind of running that draws stuff on the screen with the canvas, with HTML5 canvas. That's kind of what we're seeing. So we've got, we've got an HTML5 canvas and it resizes, and I've got all my elements and on-screen elements and everything, try to resize and update accordingly. And then so we're working on multiplayer right now. Actually, that's kind of what I'm currently in the middle of. So I can actually demo that a little bit here. Are we going to need to, we've only got, nope. Okay, we got to refresh there. There we go. We got 2 players now. All right, so I can queue up for a multiplayer game with 2 different browsers here. And yeah, they basically, both players kind of race to pop the same bubbles. And I've got the time a little shorter right now currently for development. We can actually adjust that. We can probably change that back to 30 seconds. Actually, no, I don't want to do that yet. It's set to 10 seconds right now. But the server is all happening also with JavaScript, with Node.js, and I'm using WebSockets for kind of the inner game communication, which works. It's working pretty nicely. So yeah, that's pretty much it. I don't use, mostly everything is vanilla JavaScript. The client is not using any libraries at all. The server is just using one library. I've got a couple libraries technically installed in my package JSON.json. I've got this other library called RanToken, this other Node.js library, but I'm not even using that anymore, so I could probably just get rid of that. But I'm using WS, and that's for using WebSockets on Node.js. There is no built-in WebSockets library in Node.js, in Node.js's standard library, whatever you want to call that. So I have a package, separate library package installed for that. I was going to say so. Oh, yeah. I mean, otherwise, I'm just doing all vanilla JavaScript. Nothing crazy. Nothing. Yeah, pretty much everything you see is pretty much my own code, my own implementation. I have been using Terser, which is kind of a JavaScript. Oh, Terser and Rollup, which those just let me pack or bundle all the client together. Well, okay. Let me rephrase that. So I've got a bunch of client files, bunch of JS files for my client, and then basically I use Rollup, which rips all of those out into one file, basically, mangles them all into one, not mangles, just jumps all the code from all those files into one file. And then I use Terser, which it's another Node library. And that crunches everything down that minifies all the JavaScript so that it's just kind of as small as possible for actually sending down to the browser. So when I'm in development, I don't actually use any of that. I just use all these raw files themselves, all the plain files themselves. But for the browser, or for the live populus.gg, there's a bundle.js file that contains all of these files, basically all mashed into one. So that's really the only third-party stuff I'm using that I know of. Is it easy to learn JS? Because I want to create a website. Well, there's kind of two things you can look at. Whoa, got a little floof going there on the side. Took a shower this morning, so here's a little extra fluffy, if you know what I mean. So Marcello, did I say Marcello before? Did I really screw it up that quick? Marcello. Is it easy to learn JS? I would say, I mean, if you know any other programming language, I mean, yeah, then there's not going to really be a whole lot to learn. If it's kind of a first programming language you would be learning, obviously there's going to be a bit of overhead in general, just kind of wrapping our head around how to, program a computer, basically. It's a relatively steep learning curve. But I would say JavaScript, there's definitely plenty of tutorials out there and everything, because it's a popular language. And if you want to create a website, so if you're focused more on kind of just the front end stuff, that is the visual, the way the page looks and that is the way the page looks and everything, and not so much just the server side stuff, then you probably want to look at not just JavaScript, but you want to learn like HTML and CSS as well. Just kind of learn how those work together. Those three things usually go hand in hand when it comes to like learning about programming the web browser, for lack of a better word. Neris, I would say it's easy to learn and very forgiving, but it has a unusual event model, which can be unobvious. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of quirks with JavaScript. And just weird things in general that if you were to learn some other language that would be, maybe statically typed. If you don't know what that is, don't worry about it. But if you come from a language that's statically typed or strong typed, whatever you want to say, going to JavaScript could be like, ooh, kind of messy and nasty. And there's just in general, there's a lot of other things. Also, math is weird here. Yeah, I mean, definitely a lot of weird things with JS, but if you're picking it up for the first time, and that's all you know, then I guess it's not weird. Forgiving for sure. And like you said, Neris, very forgiving because a lot of times there'll be errors, but it won't do anything because of those errors. Or it'll ignore errors, or it will, you have to. So there are some things that make it more challenging to use, and you have to like hunt a little more. I mean, for me, being pretty experienced with JavaScript now, I kind of know when I do something weird, and it's kind of hard for me to remember back when I was first learning and like trying to run into weird issues. Every once in a while, if you're tuning into the stream, actually fairly semi-frequently, you'll hear me go, JavaScript, and I'll make some I can't think of the word. I'll outburst in disgust of JavaScript. That's common. For the most part, it's not stuff that slows me down ever, but it's stuff that you kind of need to know to work around, and once you get a little more advanced with it too, there's also a lot more things that are kind of weird or kind of like, ooh, what's that? What is that? But you don't need to know JS at all to create a website. Yeah, I guess, yeah, that's true as well, Neris. Yeah, because there's so much front-end tools and whatever. Tons of frameworks that allow you to just write the HTML and does everything else. Yeah, I'm definitely not the person to ask about any of that stuff, really. I am familiar with React, and I've used React before, but obviously that's a JavaScript framework, and you got to be writing JavaScript to use React. But yeah, it depends on what your standpoint, what you're looking to do, Marcello. If you just want to do a website, like Neris said, there's probably a lot of other frameworks or other things that, I mean, I don't want to say drag and drop kinds of things, but there are drag and drop tools for that sort of thing. If you want to dive more into the programming stuff, I would say, you know, you really do want to look at HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. All right, so what were we? Ah, yes, we just switched. Okay, so our retry button. Okay, so our retry button is now, it's not enough gap. I need more gap. Our retry button now in a competitive game should now be doing, let's see, it really should be doing a find match button clicked, and we should, okay, so if we just finished, if we're on the stats screen, which we are right here, we're on the stats page, this retry button should now actually requeue us for a multiplayer match. Otherwise, if we were on the stats page of a practice match, the retry button would just be another practice game. Basically, start a new practice game. Okay, so find match button clicked. Let's just go back to the application here and verify. So now, if StatsScreen, if retry button was clicked on the stats screen, and retry is kind of, yeah, okay. So we clean up the stats screen, and that should be good. And then, yeah, basically these two things should be kind of mutually the same. Like if basically StatsScreen, if StatsScreen is something at this point, that would kind of imply that match weight widget is not something too, but whatever. Okay, so let's, wait, did I restart? Oh, we restarted the server. So let's try something here. Finding opponent. 3, 2, 1. We just got our 10-second game here, which is nice. All right, so let's try this now. So if I click retry, we should go to the finding opponent screen. Finding opponent. Beautiful. Let's try it here. Opponent found. So we just need to change the verbiage now, basically. That retry button needs to be renamed. And I want to make sure we don't have any event listener leaks. 32, quit, 32, beautiful. Let's go to, let's jump back into a game here again. Whoa. 38, quit, 32. Okay, beautiful. Clap. We need BTTV emotes. What's BTTV? Thanks for the clap, Naris, though. I assume you're clapping for me in a good way. Yeah, so I think we pretty much solved that problem. We just need... okay, let's look at this again here real quick. We're doing a practice game here while we're waiting for an opponent. Time's up. Retry just kicks us on to another practice game. Beautiful. Wow, I was on fire there. Okay. No mistakes. 3.7 pops a second. That's pretty good. That's actually, that would have been, if I would have kept that pace up for the 30 seconds, that would have been quite the feat there. What would we have been at? Like 37 plus 37 plus 37 plus 37 is 74. 74 plus 37. 111 there, maybe. That would have been pretty good. Yeah, so if we quit, we cancel, we're back to 32. Beautiful. Beautiful. I think we were good. Keck W, clap, Pog, it's all BTTV emotes used around Twitch. Oh, wait a minute. It's an extension for Twitch. Streamers can enable it to add custom, optionally animated emotes to the channel. Oh, gotcha. Gotcha. I mean, there are all the normal emotes, right? And those work, but this is just BTTV is just animated stuff, I guess. Yeah, it's an addition, like, yeah, it's like an addition of third party. Gotcha. Okay. Users have to have the extension installed to see the... Oh, gotcha. But most people in the chat already have it. Okay. Well, I sure don't. But that's good to know about. All right, so... Yeah, we pretty much cleared up this. So let's pull the Trello back up. We did this. But we kind of, I'm going to append what this actually has. So we'll add a checklist. Whoops. That's not the right thing. This is what we were doing. This is done. Terminate WebSockets when ping fails. We finished this one. We need to do this one. This is what we're going to do next, I think. And we just partially finished this one. So we're going to do a checklist here. We're going to say add functionality. That one's done. And then we're going to say update button text once decided. So we just got that final little step of we need to come up with slightly more clear text for that. All right, so we'll keep this one in doing for right now in our doing column here on the Trello. Trello is kind of set up, if anyone's not familiar with Trello, or kind of like the Kanban style of task management. Every task is a card, and you're supposed to have kind of like columns or buckets or something that like, this is kind of like the stuff we need to do. This is the stuff we're doing right now. And then this column is the stuff that's done. And then I just have this other one that's like future to do, like stuff that I don't really need to think about right now. Canned Banshee. Yeah. Yeah, Kanbanshi is like actual service. I think Kanban is just the... Kanbanshi is an actual thing that I've used before, but Trello basically does the same thing. And then you just, each of your little tasks is like a card, and then you just move that around to the columns, whatever you're doing, that sort of thing. So actually this is public, this Populus, Trello Populus, so anybody can view it. In fact, I have a command for it. Public to view public. So plugged it down there. Not that anyone really necessarily cares, but hey, it's there. Okay. All right, so we're kind of doing this. We're going to put that on hold for a second, but we're going to look at this now. Test if a player cancels a match wait right as a match starts. So I think this is if we do, I don't have a description for this, but I think what that is if we, player cancels a match wait right as the match starts. Match, okay. We need to figure out exactly how we do this, how we replicate this problem. Well, not, I don't even know if it's really a problem. It's just something I didn't think about yet. All right, so what does the Trello say here? Test if a player cancels match wait right as a match starts. Okay, so I think this was like a theoretical problem, maybe. We didn't know if it would actually be a real problem. So if I'm waiting for a match and we need to refresh. So I think the thing was like, what if we cancel? Yes, okay. So this is kind of the problem. So I just killed the match right as it was like loading. So I killed the match right as it was loading. So now this player got screwed over here. So let's try that again. So we do finding opponent. We find opponent, then we kill it right in that during that countdown. So we need to handle that. We need to figure out how we're going to handle that. BeckKitty, good job. Wow, thanks, BeckKitty. BeckKitty's my wife, so I that's why I just kind of act not that impressed when she says good job. She just likes to tune in every so often and say good job, even though she has no idea what I've been working on. Just for my moral support, isn't that nice? All right. So no hearts today. Yeah. Oh, there you go. She caught a couple hearts in there just at the last second. Yeah, there was something about the hearts yesterday. I don't remember what it was. Was it like only 2 hearts or something? It was like wasn't like good enough or something. I don't remember. All right, so cannot read property stats of null. Okay, so yeah, so what happened is we killed the match, and then like normally if a player kills, okay, so let's do this like more the proper way. So if we join a match, we pop some bubbles, and then this player quits. Then this player goes, opponent quit, and then we go to the stats page right away. So that seemed to be the problem we were experiencing. So let's bring it. Let's crash it again here. Whoops. That's not what I wanted. Quit. Finding opponent. So we kill it right there. Cannot read property stats of null. Let's go down. Hang on. Let me be able to see these kind of at the same time. So we'll go here and we'll kill it. Okay, opponent found and then starting in. Okay. Cannot read property stats of null. Okay. So what brings that to be exactly? I think we have an event called opponent quit or something, and maybe that's what's... Do we have that on the... Let's look at this. So we probably have a message from the server that says opponent quit, or maybe we have match ended. Oh, okay. So maybe we just need to say opponent quit, but... Okay, yes, all right. Hang on, we gotta do a bathroom break real quick. Joanna BRB down in the chat, and yeah, we'll be right back in a minute here. All right, we are back. I got a couple lemon heads. So sorry if that's annoying. Woo. All right. Case match countdown started, match started, match ended. Okay, so match ended. Okay, so we need to, we're not getting stats from the server, which I think makes sense. Actually, let's log that on the server then, I guess. Okay, so this is the case of quitting player. And we were seeing the opponent quit message, right? Let's try this again here. Okay, so we have... And we could slow this down, I guess, this process down, but it would be nice. Well, I mean... Alright, so we do this, we do that. Okay, so immediately... Alright, so that's kind of the problem. We need to... Okay, we got kind of two things here. We don't want to do anything with stats. I guess in this case, like... we don't want to do anything with stats, because if somebody quits right in the beginning of the game, we don't really need... We could show, like, opponent quit. But here, like, our client is still kind of stuck in this state of, okay, you know, we're still starting the game, whatever. So let's see, I guess, what... Well, let's step through this maybe. I think we have two different things going on. So the error we see in the console, application JS 114. So that is handling the match ended handler. So, yes. Okay. The problem is, yes, this is the problem. This is the problem. Okay, so that's what, okay. Cannot read property stats of undefined, of null, sorry, of null, is because we were, basically, here's the match started event, and this is the thing that sets this dot match to something. Otherwise, this dot match is null before match started. But match ended is basically firing before match started. The reason is because we have this intermediate state where we're match countdown started. So we started the match countdown, and then we killed the game. We killed the game before that. So we forced a match ended event to fire before the match started. So that's the problem in this case. Now, I'm kind of thinking like maybe we could do... Maybe we do... Oof, this is kind of an interesting one to handle here. A little bit interesting. Let's look at our WebSockets wrapper, because that has a flag, doesn't it? No, I guess not. I always think stuff has like these flags, but it never ends up doing that. Never ends up having that. Let me delete all this. Okay. So let's look at the end. Okay, match started. So I guess config out of it. Okay, match ended. So we fire match ended. What does this dot match ended look like? WebSockets wrapper match ended. Stop listening. Cursor moved. Cursor downs. That's fine. Okay. Okay, so again, we're firing in this case, we are firing an event where the player quit the match, ended the match before the match even started. And that maybe sounds bad. So actually that kind of does sound like a bad thing. Because like what if let's think about that real quick. Because maybe we could send like a new kind of event or something. Maybe we could have like a thing that says player quit match before match started. Player quit before match started. Kind of like that. So that's if you quit in that window. So again, the problem we're trying to solve, the problem we have is if, so I just queued up for a multiplayer game here. And if I queue up for a multiplayer game on this one and then quit immediately, and to quit, I'm just going to refresh the browser, then this guy's going to crash because it's basically firing a match ended event. So there's some things that implicitly happen because of a match ended event. When the match ended event fires, when a match ended event fires, it assumes there's a match. So it tries to destruct the match and everything. But the match ended event is firing before the match started event has fired. So if I click this button, then refresh right away, this guy's going to crash. So we do this, then that, boom. So basically this was, we can tell it was a match ended event. So we went through this whole thing. Event emitter JS did something. Event emitter, event emitter, event emitter. We got some stuff from the WebSockets wrapper, and then broke some stuff. Does match event fires on the player level? Yeah. So I'm actually talking about client side stuff right now. Match ended event. So the server is what's saying that happened. So that's why I want to look on the server right now and see if maybe I can like either create a new event to handle just this specific case, or if we can maybe kind of come up with something better here. So, okay. So we are doing, yeah. So let's look at this here. Wait, when we do end match, actually this is a little tricky. I mean, if you have the player info for the crashed player, you can just queue them up again immediately. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. That's kind of interesting. It's kind of an interesting idea. I don't know if... I don't think I'm going to do it right now. I think I'm going to split them back to the main menu. If this .match is empty. Yeah, I think I'm going to kick them back to the main menu and just, you know, like, it's going to say opponent quit and then kick you back to the main menu, basically. I think is all we're going to do. Okay, my opponent quit. Wait a minute. Okay. Oh, wait a minute here. Maybe we do something else here. Well, I just want to look a little more on the server. So basically, this is the end match function, the end match method of our match object. I'm going to get rid of this comment. So this gets fired when the match ends via the timer runs out or if a player quits in the middle. So this event will fire either way. Basically, that's how we tell if the player quit or not, is this quitting player will either be null or set to something, set to whatever player is quitting. And in either case, we reset like the match timer or the match countdown timer. So this is the thing that I think would be interesting to check, because maybe all we would need to do, basically match countdown timer ID would be something if this .match countdown timer ID would be true. So then in this case, player quit before match started. So this, whatever's in this if statement here, would technically mean that the player quit before the game actually even started. So maybe we could either then just notify the other player, hey, and then we could have like another separate command that goes to the player that just says, oh, a player quit before match started. And that way the client could like properly handle that. Because right now the client is firing a match ended event. So in the client event, game event world, basically we haven't had our match started event yet, but we got a match ended event before the match started, basically. So maybe we'd have like match countdown ended or something like that. So end match. So we could either handle something like that. In other words, if we're in the middle of the countdown timer. And let me test this here. If we do new JavaScript file. So if we do set const or we do let timer ID equal set timeout. And then after 3 seconds, we're going to do something. CLG done. And we're going to do timer. We're going to do clear timeout. Timer ID. And I want to see what timer ID. Whoops, I didn't want to save that. Let me see what timer ID becomes. So down here, we'll CLG timer ID. Timeout object. All right, we can't do this here. We need to do it in the. I thought the timer ID was just an integer. One. And then, okay, so yeah, what in the world? Why would that Quokka.js might be screwed up? All right, so whoops, console log timer. Whoa. All right, so we're printing timer ID immediately here after we do the set timeout. So we get 1, or now it's 2. I guess that's some incremental timer. It's still 2. Even after we do the clear timeout. Well, wait a minute. We don't need to do a clear timeout. The clear timeout would happen before. I mean, in the timer ID, you have the ID and integer. Yes, it never changes. Right. Well, I didn't know if when you do clear timeout, maybe it. Yeah, I guess that's right. I guess it doesn't change it. You'd have to actually set it to null. That's right. So we couldn't do this. This wouldn't be good. We'd have to be, when we do this clear timeout, we'd have to at the same time be setting this to null. So this dot. Oh, no, wait a minute. Actually, we might be doing that already when the match starts. So init. Let's see. Okay, so we do match countdown timer ID. Match timer ID. Well, wait a minute here. Match, okay. Match countdown. We do a set timeout. We do some stuff. I guess let's do a find replace here. We got 4 things. It initializes to null. Okay, so we're just clearing that out, basically. So we'd have to be setting it to null somewhere, like once the match actually starts. You know what? Yeah, I don't think it's a super good idea. I don't think this is a super good idea anyway. It could work, but I think we can get around it without really doing anything too complicated on the server side to kind of handle and set up a separate. Like on the server side, setting up a separate event that says, oh, your opponent quit before the match actually started. What do you want? Little bugger. Pog, yep. Cat. Pog cat. Okay. Okay, so I think we could just say we could go back to our application object on the client, and we could basically maybe do a check. So we could do a print here if this dot match. If not this dot match, CLG match ended before match even started. So we're logging this on the client. Okay. Okay, so we go here. If we go here, then refresh, we get match ended before match even started. Yes. So otherwise, if we refresh these, we go here, we go here. And if this player were to quit, then we don't have that problem, right? Because the match was actually in progress. So when we got to this, when the match ended event fired, the match was something, right? So we could basically handle if a match ended event fired. We've got opponent quit as well. Let's log that real quick because that should be set. So opponent quit. Opponent quit. Let's try that. Okay, so we go here, then we refresh, and this is opponent quit true. Okay, so the server is saying when the opponent quit, even though it was technically before the match started. All right, so that is good. Okay, so now we just need to kind of look at what we want to actually have happen client side. There's a bunch of stuff that kind of happens in here. All right, so this is our event handler, or event listener for this match ended event, right? So we've got a couple of parameters that come in. Quit to main menu. That happens when quit to main menu. I guess that happens when you either click the X button from a game. You know, like this probably happens on a single player practice too. So like if I'm in here and I click X, quit to main menu is probably true there. I'm pretty sure that's what that is. So we would actually get some server stats. Let's see what server stats are on the client, because technically the server generates those stats even if the opponent quit before the game even started, before the match even started. Nearest, also, why don't you initialize the match before the countdown starts? Because the data, I mean, technically you could have that. Technically I could have that, but the match data doesn't come from the server until the countdown finishes, actually. So actually that's actually what we're seeing when we do this. So when we do this, the countdown just freezes here because the client basically will just sit here forever on this screen until it receives the message from the server to actually start the game. So that's why we have this. And basically there's no match data until the server sends it in that. So it starts a countdown, but the countdown starting is just like a thing to say, hey, start a countdown. And then once the countdown finishes, then the server actually sends the data. So So that's technically why we are sitting right here at this screen forever. If you do, you can just display the 0 stats to the remaining player. Yeah, I'm thinking of just maybe kicking, because there were no 0 stats. Oh, right, you're sending the RNG seed for the bubbles, right? The bubbles are actually sent. There is no seed or anything. It's actually just random numbers all the time. Individual random numbers all the time. So basically it sends a bunch of bubbles down, random bubbles every time down to the clients on demand, basically. So it sends the first 8 bubbles right away. That comes down and it sends the colors and everything. And then basically byte stuff. Here we go. It sends a, where is it? Match started. Okay. So it sends basically a format like this that should be 82 bytes as of right now for that first match. That's basically factoring in 8 bubbles. So the first 2 bytes are the message, and that's the message that just says, hey, this is a match started message. So whatever that integer is, I don't remember. Then there's bubble 0 radius, which is 2 bytes. Bubble 0 x position, which comes down as 2 bytes. I'm doing 16-bit integers for those. The y position, 2 bytes. The r, 1 byte. The g, the color. So now the color, the red, green, and blue, all just in 1 byte. And then the ID, I guess I did that for alignment, as 1 byte down at the end of the bubble. So that would be bubble 0. And then it would go to bubble 1, whatever, and kind of the same thing. Just repeat this chunk for the first 8 bubbles, bubble 0 through bubble 7. So that's what I do for the match started. Then there's like another thing. So this is kind of like my little API, my little protocol spec. So then the next bubble, that's whenever the server would send an individual bubble on demand. So then you kind of end up with a very similar little thing there. The message, that would be the integer that sends that bubble. The ID, 2 bytes. The radius, 2 bytes, 2 bytes. 1 byte, 1 byte, 1 byte, 1 byte. And then just 1 byte on the end for padding. Yes. So that's basically the format for that. And then, yeah, like, so as a player plays, more bubbles get generated. So that triggers that the server should generate more bubbles. And then those get sent down to the player. Yeah, to the player who got to that point. If the other player doesn't get to that point, it never gets sent to that player. You know, if one player, like, just sat there, and didn't do anything, they would only ever have those 8 bubbles. But the player, if another player, like, popped 100 bubbles or something, those 92 bubbles after the initial 8 would all get sent just to that one player who, like, requested it, basically. So they'd, like, get generated on the fly once and then, like, stored in an array on the server. And then they get sent down to the player who was in the lead, who was like, I popped a bubble, I need the next bubble now. And the other player just would never get those bubbles at all until they got to that point. So basically, if they pop a bubble, then they kind of like get a new bubble, and the server says, yeah, it looks like a good pop. Then the server generates, or then the server sends that bubble. It either generates it if it doesn't already have it yet. But that's kind of the way that, you know, then the players have always the same bubbles. So whichever player's in the lead is going to be triggering the generation, the actual random generation of those bubbles. And then the other player is just going to be grabbing those from that array of bubbles on the server, basically. I should say the server will be sending it to them. The player won't be grabbing that. Okay, so Oh, yeah, we are printing stats now. Okay, so yeah, it's just all 0 stats. Like you were saying, Nears. If you do, you can just display the 0 stats to the remaining player. Yeah, I don't... I'd rather just kick them back to the main menu because it's kind of like, well, the game didn't even start, so why even show stats? I mean, we could, but yeah, it's just kind of not really worth it. Oh, I just thought of another little task quickly. I wanted to actually have if player quits early, if opponent quits, show only the runtime, the match runtime in the stats. Runtime in the stats. Yes, that's what we want. Ooh, actually, we don't really have a way to do that now without actually modifying some stuff. I just created a new little Trello card there. If opponent quits, show only the match runtime in the stats. I don't really want to explain that right now. But yes, just something I remembered. I wanted to take care of at some point. Okay. I hate this synchronization stuff. It's the worst. Yeah. Yeah, it blew my mind some time ago. Yeah, it really isn't. It really is like, I mean, that's what's making me, for my next game, be like, yes, just single player for sure. Because it's like, yeah, you're trying to make two computers be the same. And you have only one server and clients. Yes. But in my case, the server is a cluster. Yeah. Yeah, or if you've got multiple servers, but you need all those servers to have the same data at some point in time and all that. Crazy. Crazy stuff. Okay, so we were printing the server stats. Yes, we're printing those. And they're all 0s. That's good. Okay, so I guess what we're going to end up doing, kind of the simple way out. If not, this dot match. Opponent would have quit before the match started, basically. It's kind of what we're ending up with in this case. Because technically opponent quit would be true. So if we don't have a match and opponent quit, we just want to kick you back. I mean, we don't need to check opponent quit. It's kind of implied. But we just want to kick the player back. So match is already null, so we don't need this. We don't need this. Menu, hide in game. Hide in game is already... hide in game should already be... What happens if I run hide in game multiple times? Menu... quit button dot hide, quit button draw bars, quit button. I don't know. Technically, the in-game menu wouldn't be. Yeah, because if we waited for that 1 second, like if we did this, if we waited for the 1 second here, opponent found 3, 2, 1. Yeah, like opponent quit, everything's fine. Like, yeah, it happened right in that last second there and 0, 0, 0. Let's... Okay, so yeah, we can. Yeah, in this case, everything is fine. Hide. Okay, so let's go back to the application. Hide in game. I really don't think we need to call that because the in-game menu would already be hidden. Basically, we want to do. We want to skip. Post game screen. Maybe we do post game screen opponent quit right away. Let's do this. Let's CLG quit to main menu. Let's see what we got here. Okay, so we start, and then we F5. Quit to main menu false. Oh, yeah. Okay. So that's kind of true, I guess. Outgoing input timer ID. Hang on a second here. Outgoing clear interval. Okay. Let's see here. Man, this is kind of tricky stuff. I mean, we could do, well, we want to do the post game screen. We want to do a post game screen. And then, okay, so let's step through. Let's just step through everything that's happening in this. Actually, I kind of want that. I kind of want that there still. Let's step through everything that's kind of happening here. So we're setting up the match.stats end time here. And we destruct the match. So basically, we don't have a match. We don't have a match to talk to in this case if the player quits early, right? So we can't do this stuff. The in-game menu should not be showing because the in-game menu only shows when the match starts. So if we have a match started event, match is something, and in-game menu is showing. Get rid of that comment there. So these three things don't apply in the case of if match is false at this point in time. If match were to be false at this point in time. If we don't, okay, so if quit to main menu is false, okay, so quit to main menu would be false if a match ended, like terminated in the middle, or if a match ended in the correct way, or the timer expired. Basically, that would tell you to show a post-game screen. So the post-game screen is the thing that says either time's up or opponent quit. And we pass a Boolean to our post-game screen create method, static method here. And then that's what sets that different message based upon that Boolean. So if opponent quit, then it says the text opponent quit. And you can see that if you go fire up a match here, it says opponent found. And then if I were to quit here, opponent quit, right? I didn't need to refresh there, but we'll do it anyway. So, and same thing if we let, so that was the post game screen that we saw for a second. And that happened before the stats screen showed up. So also if time runs up, then it says time's up for a second or two or whatever. And then basically, so we've got a callback that we pass. And this is what we want, the action that we want to happen after the post game screen goes away. So a post game screen sits on screen for a certain amount of time. And that time is pulled in from our configuration file in this create method. So we pass the callback we want to run. So we could, I still want to have a post game screen, but basically we want to run this. We want this post game screen to run, but we want to not do the stat screen part because we don't care about stat screen. We want to go back to the main menu right away. So I think, so instead of stats screen, we would basically just do show main, menu.show main down here. So I think that's what we want. So I'm actually going to copy this. Yeah, I'm going to, if we don't have a match, I'm going to copy. We still want our post game screen to show opponent quit, kind of we're implying that it's going to be true if match is false. And we're going to, okay, so we're going to have basically get rid of this stat screen creation line. We don't need to actually have the match equals null line because it already is null. We want to destruct the post game screen and we want to show the main menu. So we're going to do, I guess, let's do this dot, oh my goodness, can't find that home row. Mavis Beacon, I need your help. Right here. This dot menu dot show main. Whenever I say show main, it makes me think of like lo mein or chow mein noodles. Kind of make me hungry for Chinese food. So the this should be good then. So if we don't need to print that anymore. If opponent would have quit before the match started, and we actually want to return, I want to return hard here. Return early out of the function. Because then this, yeah. So we set up a post game screen that will show immediately. Then once the post game screen ends, this callback runs, and then it will show the main menu and kill the post game screen. That's what's happening. Andy James Adams, what's going on? Do main. Good to see you, Andy James Adams. Domain. Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah, because you were saying, like, yeah, you were just putting, yeah, I got you. I got you. Sorry. I'm dense. Show main, domain, chow mein, lo mein. Actually, I don't know what lo mein is. I just know it's a type of Chinese food. I think it's noodles, lo mein. There's chow mein noodles. You know, the crunchy noodles. They're more like crackers kind of thing. Kind of like a cracker, but a noodle. All right. Okay, so we should be good now, if I'm not mistaken. It's kind of like a weird, like, we don't have like these really nice explicitly defined things like where we say this exact thing happened. We have like just this weird condition where the match ended, and if we happen to be ending the match when this dot match is null, that implies that match ended occurred before a match started event occurred. So that's kind of where, you know, this is kind of where I'm thinking about like, oh, it'd be nice to maybe have this kind of cool screen manager kind of system or something that really, like, maybe we think about the game events better, and we kind of reorganize things. and we maybe end up with something a little more robust and just kind of clear. Because one thing I've wanted to do is have like the screens animate. So like when I click right now, if you like click the play button, it just snaps you into the countdown screen right away, right? But I don't really want that. I want like when you go to populus.gg, it'd be cool if like the main menu slid in from the top or something, or like maybe this title part slid in from the, well, on camera this way, slid in from this direction, and then the buttons slid in from that direction. You know, like kind of some nice little animations on everything. And like when you click the play button, it just, the main menu's gone, which kind of feels weird. It'd be nice if you had maybe like a little feedback from the click of the button before the thing actually happened, you know, and like it'd be nice to just have all of that. And I guess I could have maybe like for all these different screen objects, maybe we could pass like callbacks or something. We could set it up so that you pass a callback, and that's like the thing you want to do after the animation or whatever completes or something like that. We could do something like that. And that would probably fit in nicely with what we've got now. The thing about animations is like whenever you got something that like animates between something, you've introduced like this window of time where like what happens if something else happens during, like we're in the middle state there, right? Like if event A happened before this thing happened, that would be one thing, or after this happened, it would be another thing. But what if it happened in like the middle while this thing was like animating, you know? That's kind of the thing that I was kind of like maybe thinking like having some sort of screen management system working that could handle everything. It would be like very robust, so we'd have like this just easy, like if I wanted to just add some new screen to do something, or like, oh, you click a button and that takes you to, or like maybe we have some settings or something, or like a keybinds screen or something. So you can go in, maybe you don't want spacebar to be the keybind anymore for popping bubbles. So maybe we have like a little settings button, you click that and that takes you to some page, and then there's like, you know, you can change a keybind or something like that, right? It'd be nice to just have, like I'd be able to create some object that handles all the controls, and then maybe it becomes some screen object, and then we just say, yeah, you click this button, load up this screen object with nice animations and everything, and that kind of helps handle the states in the middle and any weird things that could happen. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm getting at. Is it a good idea? I have no idea. We'd have to try it. That might be something we maybe get to a little bit down the road. Because I think right now we're going to go live with the multiplayer relatively soon. And then probably going to start working on a little more multiplayer functionality, like leaderboards, that sort of thing. ELO, ranking, doing that kind of stuff. Then we might start looking a little more at maybe kind of having the UI and the menus and everything be a little nicer. Anyway, all right, I think we really took care of everything we needed to in this case. I just want to continue stepping through the rest of this stuff here just to make absolutely sure. Because here is if not quit to main menu. Okay, so this is otherwise what we're supposed to do if we need to quit to main menu. Ooh. Okay. Ooh, wait a minute. Oh, okay. This if statement here is if you are the player who clicked the X button during the game. That's what this is handling here. So this is good, because then we need to like talk back to the server and say, hey, I quit. I quit the game early. Because that's actually, so that is kind of the case that happens if we start a multiplayer game. You know, like I have the option to just straight up refresh the browser on this player, and then boom, this player, it shows his opponent quit, right? But I also have the ability to click the in-game quit button right here. And same thing for this guy. But this guy needs to know to redirect back to the main menu. So that's what's getting handled here. Basically, when I clicked the in-game quit button, that's talking to our WebSockets wrapper and saying, hey, player quit game. So then the website, then we talk to the server and say, oh, I quit. And then the server talks to the other player and says, yeah, that player quit. And then this player redirects right to the main menu, basically, and gets rid of the game and whatever. So this is all fine. And we're never going to we would never have to do anything with this anyway, because this is trying to handle, yeah. Because in the UI, you can't quit. You can't quit in this way before the match loads. You could refresh the browser, but that's it. I'm not letting you do this. I'm not letting you, we need to refresh everything here because the server restarted. I'm not letting you quit, click the in-game X button while that's loading. It's just not a thing. You can refresh the browser if you want, and we're handling that now, but whatever. Nice. Thanks, Andy James Adams. I appreciate it. Okay. All right. So let's test that thing out. The thing we just added, whatever it was. We're gonna refresh the browser while we're waiting. Whatever. I can't even think about how to say it. All right, so I'm gonna click the button here, and then before like the countdown timer and everything occurs, I'm going to refresh the browser page. I'm gonna do it with the F5 key. So we're gonna do this. I'm gonna hit F5. Oh, okay. So when we do it in that stage, that's bad. Okay, so hang on. We got another case we need to handle. Don't worry, everybody. Don't worry. Okay, opponent found. Now if I hit it, no, actually, I made it worse. All right, so I forgot. We need to get rid of the countdown. I forgot about that. Okay, because we have a screen that's showing. Basically, okay, so we've got either one of two screens that could possibly be showing when we do this. We've got opponent found or the countdown, 3, 2, 1. So we have to kill either of those screens in this case as well, basically. So if not this match, we need to kill those screens. Now the one is match found screen. I forget what that one's called. Wait a minute. Match. Oh, wait, actually it's part of the countdown timer maybe. Hang on, let's look at this. Let's go what we got here. Yes. Message text, count text. Okay. Oof. Yes, that's right. Okay. Okay. So we only have one. We have one timer. Yes. All right. So it's the countdown timer. I forgot that we added that. Not that. Basically, there's like the potential option. So opponent found is actually part of the countdown timer object. It's the countdown timer object kind of gets split into two phases then. I forgot about that. So all we need to do is kill the countdown timer. So we'll just do an if. We'll just do an if countdown timer, then we'll kill it. Okay, so in here, which pretty much guaranteed countdown timer is going to be something, but I'm just going to do an if statement just to be safe. This dot countdown timer. Then we're going to do, in fact, I'm going to put a little helpful note here that says, pretty sure countdown timer is guaranteed to be running. Guaranteed, right? That's how you spell guaranteed. Guaranteed to be running. Okay, so if countdown timer, we need to do this dot countdown timer dot destruct, and then this, whoa, this dot countdown timer. Oh boy, I auto imported that cursor trail ghost, didn't I? This dot countdown timer equals null. That's very important. See, this is the kind of stuff that like it would be nice to have like a screen manager thing, like because I had to remember like, oh yeah, the countdown timer needed to be there. But like if we had some sort of like screen management system, like I could just like do something and like say, oh, make this the new screen, and it could like take care of killing whatever the old screen was, and maybe it doesn't care, right? But here I have to like destruct the countdown timer screen object, and then which basically just means pull out its event listeners, and then I have to set it to null because it's an object. But if we had like some sort of other kind of system for it, we'd maybe have some kind of cool thing going on. Anyway, we should be good now. We're going to check that in a second, but I'm pretty sure I just imported Cursor Trail Ghost. Look at that. I sure did. Thanks, VS Code. Okay, so what are we gonna do? We're gonna do this. We're gonna do this, and then I'm gonna refresh the browser while we're in this. Ugh, come on. See, JavaScript. I don't know if you're still around, Marcello, but this is that point in time in the stream where I go JavaScript. So this dot countdown timer dot destcur cut. JavaScript can't tell me that I spelled something wrong. Basically, is what's happening. I mean, it can tell me that when I'm actually at runtime, it'll tell me that this thing doesn't exist that I'm trying to run. But there is no compile time, right? Or there's no interpretation errors, I guess. There's no interpreting things because there's no types. There's no like, I don't know if I can check if this thing is something, this member that you're trying to call or whatever is actually something. It just doesn't happen with JavaScript. TypeScript, yes. So somebody's going to say, hey, you could just use TypeScript, I guess, because technically then you have a compile time thing. And before that, even with TypeScript and Visual Studio VS Code, you know, you'd have IntelliSense telling you that. So even before compile time, I could have been told about that error. Codico, maybe ESLint or something. I don't think ESLint would do it because the thing is, so I'm inside of a class application. How was dinner, Codico, by the way? Neris and TypeScript. Yeah, TypeScript would do it. ESLint wouldn't know either because like my countdown timer, this is how it's declared. So this dot countdown timer equals null. So basically this dot countdown timer dot nothing, right? There's no way to know any possible way of what it is. Even if so if I do this dot countdown timer equals new countdown timer, then this dot countdown timer equal or dot. Now I've got some stuff, right? VS Code can tell. Oh yeah, you're doing a countdown timer, and that's a file that you've imported. So therefore, I can pull in the members from that file and give you some tips, right? So technically, you know, like at that point, you could do some sort of like checking, right? But even then, VS Code really doesn't know because of JavaScript. You know, I could add some properties on the fly at runtime or whatever, and that stuff's okay. Dinner was very nice. Chicken and rice. Ooh, that sounds pretty good. Man, everything's pointing towards Chinese food for me today. We got shou mein, lo mein. Codico just had chicken and rice. Where does that leave me? I need some kung pao. That's what I need. It's 2:41 p.m. We're going to cut the stream early so I can go get some Chinese. I'm just kidding. We're not cutting the stream early. But I do want Chinese now. But okay, so yeah, so anyway, like if I was doing TypeScript, then like I would declare this as a and I don't even remember how to do TypeScript declarations, but you would have like if it was like C or something, post game screen, this dot post game screen, you know, like a type, I'd be like doing a type declaration here, right? Or something. And I'd be saying this post game screen is a post game screen. And then like TypeScript would say, oh, you can't like do anything that's not like interact with any members that aren't a part of a post game screen, you know, or whatever. But I could initialize it to null, right? I could like say, well, it's a post game screen, but it's null, or maybe it's implicitly null. I don't know. When just by doing this, again, I've done a little bit of TypeScript, but not very much. Andy James Adams throwing the reverse BRB's toilets there. I like it. It looks weird. It kind of made me confused for a second there. I was like, wait, that looks backwards. Okay, so well, I don't even remember what we were doing anymore. It's usually how every stream goes. Okay, wait a minute. No, the count. Oh yes. So this was that whole rant about that is just about JavaScript, because Marcello was asking about JavaScript and if it's a good language to learn. I said usually 8 times a stream I'm gonna outcry JavaScript and be complaining and everything, and somebody's gonna say you just use TypeScript or use some real programming language. Because I'm allowed to type mistakes like that, and because this doesn't know that the countdown timer is supposed to have a destruct method, so it doesn't know that destruct is actually not a actual valid thing, so it's supposed to be destruct. Wow, I don't even know how to spell it anymore. If I forgot how to spell the word, then I'd really be in trouble, because then it's like how would I figure it out? Because JavaScript's not going to help me. No, that's not how you spell it. It's destruct. Okay. JavaScript is nice. I like it. Use channel points to alter emote. Wait, how do you get... Oh, I see. Kodako asked that. Yeah, yes. Whoops. Okay. I keep screwing up my OBS window there. My Streamlabs window. Streamlabs OBS window. Okay. All right, I think we're good now, because we're actually calling a real method, a real member that exists. Oh wait, that was up here. Countdown timer .destruct. So let's try it. Let's try it now. Okay, so what we're gonna do again, we're gonna join a multiplayer game by clicking the O in Populus. And again, that's not really the way it's going to be in production. I just haven't decided where I want to put the new button and everything. So we're using the O, which is technically a button. So when I click this, we're going to start a multiplayer game. It's going to show opponent found on both screens. And then I'm going to kill it. I'm going to refresh this browser, which will disconnect this player here. And then this player should not have an error anymore, basically, is what we're hoping for. So before we were getting a big red bad error in the console there. Here we go. Opponent found, F5. Sick. It worked. We're back at the main menu. Did it say opponent quit? I didn't actually pay attention. It should say opponent quit to kind of show like, oh, the opponent quit early. So let's try it again. I'm going to click it. We're going to F5 pretty quick right away. And then we're going to make sure that this says opponent quit. And then we go back to the main menu. Click, F5, opponent quit. And then we're back. I like it. I think that works. That was kind of on screen fast, a little too quick maybe, so maybe we don't have time to see it, but I think it's good enough. I think it's good enough for now. Badger altering the emotes. Badger spending the channel points that he's been telling me I need to do something with. I like it. All right, so I think I need to take a bathroom break. You guys are already you guys already got me covered with the Durana BRBs there. Ooh. Highlighted message and reverse toilet. I like it. Nice. Okay. All right, real bathroom break here. We'll be right back in a second. We'll fire up the little finding match. Finding opponent thing in the background there. There we go. You know what? I feel like this animation isn't significant enough now. So I feel like I don't even notice that it's running. Because we were doing like we were doing the sine wave. It's still a sine wave, but we were doing like a vertical sine wave, like it was moving the y-axis of the dots. the Y positions of those dots, the 3 dots. But now it's just changing the radii of the dots over the sine wave. So you get kind of like this, the little pulsing effect. But I don't know. I feel like I don't really notice it. It's not like significant enough. Anyway, it's good enough for now. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. We'll be right back. All right, we are back. Sorry, it's kind of a mess back there. Our couch broke upstairs, so that was our futon, and we ended up taking the futon cushion off and putting it upstairs because the couch broke. We tried taking the futon up, but it's kind of a pain to take up the stairs. I'm in the basement. So we had my wife's sister over for the Christmas for that Christmas weekend, and so there's some pillows and stuff so it looks kind of messy, so I'm sorry for that. But yeah, the couch broke because we were having this kind of crazy game of the latest Super Mario Party on the Switch. And yeah, it was an intense game. Actually, I think we were just playing mini games, a bunch of mini games, and it was getting pretty rowdy. So the couch broke. Just the leg on the couch broke, and it was already kind of breaking anyway. So anyway, got a new replacement leg on its way. So don't worry. What is that? Neris's Quirk B. Wait, is that the Jurana BRB toilet, or is that something? Oh, that's somebody else's toilet emote. I didn't know if that you like edited that. Quirk B, that's just a whole separate emote. Somebody on the toilet. Nice. Got it. All right. So anyway, I think everything is good now. So if we do this, we F5, opponent quit. It's kind of weird because it goes from like opponent found to opponent quit really quickly. But if, oh wait, what? Wait a minute. Something bad happened there. Hang on a second. Hang on a second. All right. Opponent quit. Okay. I don't know. I think we got it. I think something wacky just happened there because it was showing it threw an exception like as if it threw an exception as if what am I trying to say? As if the server had been like rebooted. Actually, that's something I kind of do want to handle. Is what if the server's down? The WebSocket server's down. What do we want to do to handle that? Like let's just say, so for example, let's go to the client and let's just punch in an address for the server that's bad. Actually, wait a minute. I don't know if we can. Oh yeah, we can. We have to go here, and then instead of, I'm gonna get rid of this import that's missing there. So our config file pulls in, so somewhere we set up the WebSocket stuff. Okay, so we use the URL from there, but let's just make up like a bogus URL. I don't know what that doesn't matter. I could have just put anything in there in that string. It wouldn't have mattered. Okay, so then if we do that, basically failed to construct WebSocket. The URL localhost is invalid. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, so let's actually put in a valid. Oh, wait a minute. It's got to be WS something. I'll just do 127.0.0.1:9000. I just made that up. Because here, yes. Okay, so this is more of what'll happen. Connection refused, right? Error connection refused. So we're never going to have an invalid URL, but we might have this. Like connection to this just failed, right? So we should be able to just practice, which actually I guess that's fine. We can still practice, no problem. Oh, look at that. Okay. We can still practice just fine. But if we click here, it goes to finding opponent, but we're not connected, right? So we throw another WebSockets exception, but technically I could go here and we just be finding opponent forever. Like I can still practice and everything. Single player, it's fine. But it would be nice to maybe say like, because basically this will just be spinning forever because we're not connected to the server. And we could cancel and we just get another exception or another error or whatever. But the client's fine. I can still go around and play, practice matches and everything, right? So that's good. We can still play the game, but it would be nice to like let the player know that maybe the server's down or something. So if that happens, I guess. And then I guess we would just maybe say like, oh, can't connect to server. So like you do this and then instead of this, just we handle this exception basically. So I'm trying to think of how we actually do that. Maybe we just do we'd have to do a try catch, I guess. We'd have to just do some sort of try catch. Maybe I don't even really care for right now. I mean, it'd be nice if it had a message like, oh, the server's down, and then somebody could, if somebody plays and was part of the Discord or something, they could just hop in there and then share that. Hey, it said the server's down, Jared. Can you check it out? And they'd be like, nope. No, I'm just kidding. I would investigate them and see what the deal is, or reboot the server or whatever. I grabbed another lemon head when I was upstairs on my last BRB. All right. What are we doing? I was just thinking about speakers are muting themselves here. Oops. Yeah, do we want to have like a Jonathan Sabello is now following. Jonathan Sabello, thank you very much for the follow. I really appreciate it. I really do. Did I get that right? Jonathan? No. I said Jonathan, but it's Jonathan Sobello. Yeah, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it, man. Thank you. I guess I'll plug Populus real quick in case Jonathan's new or hasn't been around before, and in case we got anyone else who's maybe new. My webcam will focus. It focuses on my hand, all right, when it's that close. There we go. Oh, so what am I working on today? Well, we are working on my game. It's called Populus. You can play it right now at populus.gg. That's populus.gg. Plugged it in the chat, down there in the chat. Yeah, if you go to populus.gg, it's basically a game where you pop bubbles as fast as you can in 30 seconds. See how many you can pop in 30 seconds. So you click the play button. You see some bubbles here, and you got to pop them. You got 30 seconds. That's your timer over there. And you got to pop them in the order that they appear here. So this pink, you got to pop whatever's in this position. That's kind of your target. So you find the pink bubble here, and you either hit the space bar or left click the mouse. I prefer the space bar, and that pops the bubble. And you just go from bubble to bubble, kind of, and see how many of them you can get in 30 seconds. So obviously we're not getting very many because I started the game kind of late, but we'll get a few. And then after the 30 seconds is up, it says time's up, and then you go to this stat screen and you see how many bubbles you popped and the amount of time, which is obviously 30 seconds, and how many mistakes you made. And yeah, that's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. We're working on multiplayer right now. Dennis Bot. Hello, Jared. Happy Christmas. Changed my nickname, by the way. Dennis Bot, what is going on? Happy Christmas to you, too. Really appreciate it. You changed your nickname. What was it before? Because I remember Dennis Bot. Did you, like, add an extra T there or what? Oh, it's X Dennis bot. Ah, gotcha. So you dropped the X. I see. Well, I remembered, but I didn't like the X to be pronounced. I gotcha. Yeah, it makes sense. Just Dennis bot. Well, yeah, welcome back, Dennis bot. What's going on? Did you have a good Christmas? Okay, so... Ooh, this is the old one. Let's get rid of this. We don't need that anymore. Oh, okay, so we got our bad WebSocket configuration here. I was going to see... I guess we have to do like a try-catch, technically. I don't really want to do a try-catch. Error. CLG error. And I guess we'll move this up here. Let's just see what happens. Oh, that's populus.gg. We need to go here, refresh. Okay, okay, so that's pretty much, yeah, WebSocket's J134. What? How come the try didn't work? Did I do try catch right? I don't do try catch a lot in JavaScript. Come on. Init application JS 198, 134. Why wouldn't this work? Like, doesn't the try catch try this and catch that error? I guess not. I guess not. So let's do something here. We're gonna do a little experiment. We're gonna CLG the socket, this.socket down at the end. I just want to do a little inspection here of that object. Just see what it looks like. I kind of already know. I mean, you can look it up on like Mozilla's page. Why does... Okay. I'm back. All right, so here is our WebSocket. And we did it correctly this time, right? Yeah, okay, so this is the one with our bad URL, because it's not really a bad URL. I just put port 9000, which is not open, the server's not listening on port 9000. So here is our valid URL from our configuration file. So, okay, so I just wanted to look at this. So, where are we printing it again? Okay, down at the bottom there. So we've got binary type, we've got buffered amount, extensions, on close, on error, on message. Huh, those are null, even though we set up. I guess when you do add event listener, it doesn't do ready state is 1, which means it's good. All right, so let's see what happens when we do this, but with the bad URL. Let's just see how that looks. So let's do a little screen grab here. Dennis Bot, yeah, thanks for asking, but would have been better if it were not for this pandemic. Hey, I hear you. Yeah, we had some family plans stymied because of the pandemic. Oh, it's kind of a bummer. Some long-standing family Christmas traditions that kind of got stifled. Okay, so let's screen grab this bad boy here. Okay, I just have that for future reference for right here. All right, so I'm gonna put this off to the side. Where are you from, Dennis? I don't think I've asked that before. Or where are you located in the world? Okay. Peru. Nice. Nice. Okay, so let's try this with our bad URL now. Okay, so okay, this looks good. So there we finally got the exception, but we have a different ready state. Okay, so that's good to know. So the ready state 1 probably means, actually maybe we don't know. Have you been here before? No, I haven't. I have not been to Peru. But I've never been out of the USA, to be totally honest. Where are you located? I am in Wisconsin, USA. Yes, Wisconsin. So it's cold. It's cold right now. It's probably nice in Peru. It's actually not terribly cold right now. Wow, yeah, it's a big country. US, yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of places to a lot of places to see. In the USA. Oof, okay. Yeah, I was going to say Dennis. Yeah, Dennis, I guess, right? I probably need to be saying the I like that, E, to get the correct pronunciation. Okay, so we've got these ready state ints, which I guess are like enums, enumerations. Because that's kind of like when we have, like when you try to do something here like this. WebSocket is already in closing or closed state. So that ready state is, that number, refers to closing or closed or whatever, I assume. We could probably find that definition for those on MDN. WebSocket MDN. Yes, it tells us that right here. So WebSocket connecting is value 0. WebSocket open is value 1. Closing is 2. And closed is 3. So that is what those integers are. So that was right on the MDN page there. All right. Because in Spanish sounds like that, but I got used to hearing my name in English as well. Gotcha. Yeah, right. Dennis. But yeah, Spanish. I like how Spanish just has one sound for every vowel. And like you can just rely on that for everything. But like English, sometimes I can be I. E. Sometimes I is E. I'm trying to think of a good example of that. That I can't think of off the top of my head. But O, yeah, like O can be a bunch of different ways. O can be pronounced a bunch of different ways. And depending on the accent, depending on the region in the United States, you're going to have like a million different the vowels really change with the accents. That's why most English learners struggle to learn English. They're good at reading and writing, but when it comes to talking, they get lost. Yeah, right. Yeah, and I think like I studied Spanish in high school, aka secondary school, whatever that would be. Seems like America is the only one that says high school for secondary school. But I took a Spanish class, 2 years, I think. And yeah, like listening to Spanish was always, well, okay, so it's like listening was probably the hardest part. Like the speaking and the writing and writing were like probably the more easier parts, and then the listening was like harder. And I'm very much like a visual speller slash, like, so like if I hear a word, I like to like see how it's spelled in my head, like envision the spelling of it in my head. So that always helps me. I think when I write and read, I can also say much easier because I can like see how it was spelled correctly. But then sometimes if you hear a word said, you're not exactly sure, like in a foreign language, that like in Spanish, for example, for me, like if I hear a word that I'm not familiar with in Spanish, especially by like a native speaker who says it really fast or whatever, then for me it's like, wait, I can't tell exactly how it's spelled, like, oh, I can't. So it's like hard for me to map it like in my brain that way. Yeah, Spanish is a phonetical language. The vowel sounds don't change. Right. That's the easy part, but the hard part are the articles, the in English. But because of like el and la. Yeah. El, la, los, ellos, ellas. Right. Well, even that's not the mega hard, I guess. Or I don't know. But the verbs, yes, the verbs. That was kind of the bigger part. Run. Actually, I don't know run. I don't know what run was. I can't remember. I probably knew it one time. Correr. Corrieron, correremos, correré, etc. How did I do on the pronunciation of those? Not too bad, maybe. Yeah. I will run. I ran. They will run. Easy peasy. Okay, so I can't really try to connect this WebSocket connection. I can't really try it. I can't do a try catch because it's going to fail. So I can't like fire an event when it fails. I can't. Error in connection establishment. Is there like a on open? Ooh, maybe I can, well, oh, we do have an on open. Hang on. CLGE. But maybe on open never fires. Hang on. Connection WS opened. I guess this is going to be... I guess this is not going to ever fire because it's never going to open. Or is there an on? Oh, there's an on error. I guess that's technically what I need to be handling, I guess. Let's see what happens here. Yeah. So I guess I can do on error and then probably what we could do. Let's try this. This dot socket dot on add event listener error. This is what Neris was saying about the event thing being weird, I think. And I guess I run would be corro. Right? Correcto. Correcto. I needed to double roll the R there. Corro. The Spanish verbs, though, at least like the base form or whatever that's called. Now I can't think of like what that is called. It always ends in ER, AR, or IR, right? So that's kind of a nice pattern versus like English. There's no pattern at all. Yo corro. But the stress is in the first syllable. Yo corro. What did I do corro before? Yeah, I did. Okay, so corro. Gotcha. Yes. Yeah, that's right. That's right. You always have the emphasis on the first syllable, right? Unless like corri, corro. Right. I did corro, but corro. Five vowels. Oh, you just mean corri has a tilde. That's why it's easy to spot the stress in that one. Right. The accent. Right. It's like a function. Nice. They don't change. Yeah. I like it. Ooh, okay, actually let's do this here. Error. Okay, so we're gonna have our new function called on error. On error. WS on error. Alright, let's do this. Now let's try this, see what happens. Okay, so it still throws an error in the console when with the connection fails, but at least I can do my own little error handling here. So if we do this, it doesn't throw our on error there. I don't know what to do. I don't know what I should do for this. trying to think if maybe, okay, so that it was kind of dumb that that on error didn't fire. So we do an on error. We set up an on error function, but it only fired when we did the connection. If I tried to send something down the WebSocket, it didn't throw an error at all. Even though the console throws an error. The console through this, WebSocket is already in closing or closed state. What if we try a try catch on that? So let's do where do we actually send a server? Oh. Ooh. We only do socket send in one place. Actually, this makes it really nice. This .socket.send. Just one thing. That's awesome. Okay. So we can just do a try catch, and we're gonna catch an error, and we're gonna see if that does anything. CLG error caught WS error, and then error. Okay. Okay, we got our error there. We're gonna click. Nope, doesn't work. Okay, so basically I have to do the check myself. I have to do like I have to do basically something like this. If this .socket.ready state does not equal 1, then CLG. Whoa, error. And then we'd have like else. Whoops, I guess we'd have. Whoops. Whoops. All right. Okay, so this like that. Else there, this up. Something like that. I don't know why I was going through all that trouble. There, and then we would go, whoa, error with WS. Otherwise, if everything was okay, right here, if we did this and then this, let me go back to the MDN page again here. Web sockets MDN. Yeah, so here, okay, so here's our constants for the WebSockets. So again, we're using just WebSocket, the WebSocket object in the browser. This is just a browser API, modern day browser thing that works. And what were we doing again with that? We're looking at these constants. So we've got connecting, open, closing, or closed. So didn't it work just now when we did, whoops. Okay, we do this. Yep. Boom, works. Okay. Beautiful. All right. So basically now I'm just doing like this little check here. So if the ready state is not 1, whoa, error with WS, or whoa, we're not ready yet, I guess. Because technically, watch this. Watch this. Or wait a minute. Oh, never mind. It connects right away. How about this? How about this? So instead of, I guess we'll CLG, let's CLG this .socket.ready state. Just really quickly there. All right, so if we were to punch in the bad, oops, right down here, right up here. So we've got an invalid URL, WebSocket URL now, so it's going to throw an error. Yeah, so there it's 0, but now if I try this again, now it's 3. Okay, so it's 0 because we were connecting. It was trying to connect to this URL that didn't exist, so it's got some timeout or something. And then it hits that, you know, eventually and says, whoa, can't. We didn't get anything. And then from that point on, I'm hitting 3, and we're getting 3 in that ready state, which is closed. So there's basically open, closed, and connecting and closing, or opening and closing, I guess, we could say. So you got these kind of intermediary states where we're in the middle of something, but otherwise you're either open or you're closed the majority of the time. So I guess we could do, if we're not, basically if you try to send a command to the server, which is what we're doing here. I don't want to put another if statement on here though. Where do we actually call send to server? Let's look at that. Send to server, cursor moved, cursor down. Okay. All right, what do we have on the Trello here now? Well, we pretty much finished this one. Test if player cancels match wait right as a match starts. Yes, we finished this one. We completed it. We're done. Let's get it out of here. We kind of have this one where we just need to update the text once we figure out what it is. So that's good. And what we're working on now, and I'm just gonna make a networking card here. We're just gonna say that's what the orange is supposed to be. Orange. The orange. Networking. Handle WS connection failing on client. And we don't even need to handle it because again, if the connection fails, which it will right now, right? Yeah, here it fails, but the client is fine. Like I can still do all my single player-y things without any issue. Sick. So I can still do all the single player things just fine, but when we go to finding an opponent, this would just sit here and spin forever because we're not connected to the server. Whoa, error with WS. So, and still here we could go and practice, but we're never ever going to actually get a match because we're kind of waiting for the connection to the server for that to happen. And I don't know if maybe we kind of maybe could try again. Let's just say we rebooted the server or something and you were at the main menu. You could technically, I don't know, we could recover that. But I don't know. I mean, we're kind of at a little bit of a weird edge case maybe that, I mean, I don't know. Who knows? The server might go down a bunch of times, but I just updated this here. Maybe show a message if there's no connection to the server, because I kind of want to think about this a little later, maybe. So the other thing would be too is like maybe what were to happen if like the server were to go down in the middle of a match too. Retro MMO, hi. Retro, what's going on? Evan, what is going on? Good to see you. Yeah, I really don't know exactly what we maybe want to handle for some of these cases. Evan, what's happening? What's happening with Populus today? I've been kind of cleaning up some stuff. Populus, yeah, Populus, yeah. The Latin-ish way of populus there, whatever. Populus. Populus. How about that? I've just been cleaning up some stuff. Stuff kind of getting us ready for multiplayer, pretty much. Yeah, what did we kind of clean out today? Oh yeah, we're handling now like if a player, well, I'm cleaning up old players and stuff. If a player like disconnects, we're getting that all cleaned up on the server side. Also, if a player were to like lose connection in the middle, the server's kind of doing a ping to all the players every like 10 seconds, and if basically a player doesn't respond in that window, then it'll just forcefully disconnect the player, which kind of which would be the case, you know, if you lost like network connection or whatever for an extended period of time, or you know your ISP exploded, then we should be handling that pretty well. Now we fixed another kind of a little bug, like if you just started a multiplayer game that quit during the countdown, we're handling that now. So now you can technically do that and everything's okay. So if I actually switch us over, switch us back here. So if we start a match, then if I forcefully refresh this client, this guy disconnects and goes back to the main menu, which is good because there was like an error that we were having before, because there's like that one little window where there was some bad stuff that could happen. And right now I'm kind of thinking about what I want to do, like if we can't connect to the WebSocket server. And in reality, you know, everything's okay. So I basically have I'm on the client here, and if we connect to, or connecting a local host, but I'm connecting to an invalid port that's not open. Obviously, there's no server listening on that port, and basically we get an error for not being able to connect. But the client still works. Like single player stuff still works just fine. So I'm kind of trying to think about like what I want to do as far as like notifying the player if the server's down or something, or like maybe if they don't do anything, like maybe this is fine right here, or maybe we just show a message like couldn't connect to server, or maybe we only show couldn't connect to server if you tried to play a multiplayer game. Like, so instead of finding opponent, we would know I'm printing the WebSocket state here. So a 3 means closed. So maybe if our WebSocket state is 3, we could just, and you tried to connect to a game here, maybe we could just say, oh, no connection to server. and then that's it, you know, and like, but then I was kind of thinking like, oh, maybe do we retry connecting to the server like on a periodically, you know, because we could just do like a set interval thing on the client and maybe just try every 30 seconds or every minute. You know, like let's just say the server rebooted and, you know, we were talking about this a little bit yesterday. Retro was like you were mentioning you just have just do a window.reload or a location.reload or whatever. And is that what it is? Is that the right function? Location.reload. Yeah, that's it. So you're saying like do a location.reload or whatever. But yeah, I don't really know. I don't know if I care at this point either. I mean, because it's possible, you know. It would be nice to have reconnect attempts, but I don't think it's very high priority. Yeah, it's really not. And I mean, it wouldn't be, yeah, it would be something I would want to, you know, kind of check out and whatever. But I'm just going to be, you know, because once we go live with this, I'm going to be kind of just checking periodically the server and making sure everything's okay. That's actually, I got a question for you then, Retro. What kind of like, do you have like metrics and logging for Retro MMO? Speaking of which, everybody should check out Retro MMO stream. If anyone here doesn't already follow Retro MMO. Did I complete my question there, Evan? I was curious if you've got any like logging and or metrics or something happening like with I log some stuff but not a lot. So like you could check like the status of this, like how would you check the status of the server? Just logins and logouts. Okay. With IP address and user agent. Okay. But like, how would you check if like the server crashed or something? Or how would you know? Something like that. I'm just trying to get a little bit of an idea of maybe what I'd want to think about. Heroku has a nice dashboard for monitoring performance. Okay. Well, I'm probably going to be using PM2 for this. For the Node app. Oh, also I log errors to my database, right? Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not going to be using a database of any kind, so it's kind of out of it. But I might, with PM2, I might have some really nice things that I can do with that. I haven't actually used PM2 yet, but I'm going to be using that. I'm going to be using it for actually managing the Node application and everything as a service on the server. So I guess I could check that out right now. Let's check it out. PM2, process manager to PM2 is a process manager for Node.js applications with a built-in load balancer. It allows you to keep applications alive forever, to reload them without downtime, and to facilitate common system admin tasks. Well, can you tell me how to... Oh, cool. PM2 LS. See, that's sick. Okay, so I'm going to probably do that. And I'll just do it, you know, from SSH and whatever. Beautiful. Yeah, so I'll be using PM2 for that. And I guess I'll have some cool metrics and stuff. Maybe. Yeah. Yeah, because right now, Populus, there is no Node app for Populus. The current live populus.gg. It's just a static web page. But I like that. Your app is now daemonized, monitored, and kept alive forever. Look at that. Wow. PM2 start app.js. I like it. I think I like it. But then you got PM2 stop, PM2 restart, PM2 delete. I like it. Ooh, and Monit. So monitor logs, custom metrics, application information. PM2 Monit. Is Monit really that much shorter than monitor? I mean, really? Why not Descri? Just cut off the BE there. Descri. Monit. OR. Is it really not that? Or do people not know how to spell monitor? Maybe that's the problem. People spell monitor like ER, and that's why they're like, let's just make it Monit. So people stop typing monitor wrong because they don't know how to spell. That's my theory. All right. Well, I should have enough stuff with PM2. And I guess if I really needed something crazy, I could do some emails or something. But I'm not gonna need to do that. Not gonna need to get that down and dirty with it. All right. So yeah, I'm kind of thinking maybe we don't. Maybe we just straight up not. Yeah, I don't think I need to do anything. Like there'll be some errors and stuff. Obviously, if we can't connect to the server, if the server goes down, whatever. I mean, maybe to be really nice, we could do something like, if you connected while we were at a non-socket state of 1, or socket state, ready state, right? If we were on a non-ready state of 1, where is it? Oh, that's the error. Where is it? Ready state. Yeah, if we were on a ready state that wasn't 1, we could maybe throw an error or throw a message that's like, oh, not connected to server. Try refreshing your browser or something. Just refresh your browser. Like, just kind of the nasty, like just, because it's probably not going to happen. I mean, assuming the server doesn't crash a bunch, probably not going to happen a ton. So, maybe just something nice like that, just so that there's not somebody sitting out there with the finding opponent screen just running forever. That's never going to, because it's not connected to the server. It's never going to retry to connect to the server. So you're just going to sit here with this going on for eternity. It's like maybe we just do something nice like that, but yeah, even still kind of low priority, especially for the first version of multiplayer. I've got bigger fish to fry, let's just say. All right, so what else do we have that we want to take care of here? Just give them a bot and tell them it's a player if they disconnect. Just a bot built into the client. How about that? Just built into the local JS file. Hey, it wouldn't be that hard to just have... you could just do this. Whoops. Oh, wait. Hang on. We got to do the real thing here. Okay. Here and then here. We could just have, or we just say opponent found, and then all you just have to have is this little red dot move around on its own, like, and it just looks like you're playing somebody. Like maybe it slides around a little bit. Like it doesn't even have to be a bot. It just has to be a little red dot that kind of shifts around a little bit, and then for all you know, you're playing another human being. All right. Anyway, I'm gonna get. Whoa! Did that send like a million? Oh yeah, it did. Okay, because I was printing that error. All right. I want to get rid of all those prints that I was doing. Those console logs. Uh, yeah, we're not gonna worry about this. I don't think right now. I mean, it's on the Trello. Just leave that there for now, but we're not going to do anything. I could probably just not have this open thing run either. Okay. Console.log this.socket. Let's get rid of that. And send to server. All right. Yeah, I guess really at this point we kind of just need to, let's see. Yeah, so we have this still, but this will kind of come later. Now we've got the part 2 of this, which is update the button text. And this is our StatsScreen button that currently says retry. Oh, whoops, I was just right there. I was just right there on it. And now it spits you into a game. Whoops. Okay. All right. Quick bathroom break here. Jarana Burb. All right, we'll be right back in a minute here, folks. Don't go anywhere. All right, we're back. Sorry, it was a little bit of a longer break. That was a big one. You bet. You betcha. Got one of those. It's saying Helly. Sometimes those have kind of clever names there. All right. All right. All right. Okay. All right, so what I'm thinking we're going to do, I think we're going to scratch worrying about the WebSocket connection right now. Like, it's really not that big a deal. I doubt somebody's going to just sit there and, you know, leave the tab open and, you know, like that's the only case where it would kind of be like some loss of quality or experience. And we can, you know, start to think about something a little more robust later. So for now, I kind of just want to go through my server to-dos, just keep looking to see if there's anything else that we needed to like clean up or kind of touch up. I like kind of having this byte measurement thing here for the time being. I just want to comment those out. And right now we have been logging like the number of players connected and the number of matches that are out there. That's something we could comment out. Trash Dev. Dropping a couple Durana BRBs there. What's going on, Trash Dev? Good to see you. Welcome. Welcome back. Okay. Yeah, let's just keep looking through here. Where do I actually do the... Maybe we make this... Maybe we could make this like 30 seconds. Trash Dev, what are you working on now? Good question. Let me find one thing quick, and then I will explain here. Just before I forget, where is that bytes up thing? There it is. Okay. Just comment that out for right now. All right. So we are, I've been kind of cleaning up some of the multiplayer things. At this point, we're getting pretty close to being able to do multiplayer. Go live with multiplayer. So I've just been doing some kind of housekeeping-y things, some things that have been on the to-do list for a little while. We fixed an issue where like there's like this instant where if you, the countdown right here between a competitive match, like if one player like quit by like closing the tab or refreshing the browser in that window, it would crash on the other player. So we fixed that. Well, I say crash, but you know, basically we just hit an exception in somewhere on the browser code here. And what else did we do? We fixed. Okay, that's what that was. We've got it now so that like the server will ping. The server will ping clients, and then that way, if any client like loses connection, well, because like the browser's really nice about WebSockets, about closing WebSockets and everything for you. You know, like if you refresh or if you close a tab or if you close the whole browser window, like all of that kind of happens for you, where it goes and closes the WebSocket as part of the cleanup. So all of that happens automatically, and that's really nice. And then on the server, I just check for, you know, I just listen for any time the player closes, and then we can gracefully close a match or whatever in that case. But there's also the case where, you know, maybe the player loses internet or something, and the browser doesn't know, right? The browser doesn't know the connection's gone, and the server doesn't know the connection's gone. So basically, the server's doing like a ping I guess we have it at every 10 seconds right now. So it pings all the players, all the clients, and if somebody doesn't respond in that time, then it will forcefully close the WebSocket and also, you know, clean up anything that the player was in, close the match out or whatever. So that's pretty nice that we have that as well now. And we actually can see that. So if we do this and then, oh no, never mind. Actually, we can't do that. I have to test by like pulling out, I don't know. I don't know what I'm trying to say. I'd have to actually, in order to test it now, I'd have to test by like pulling out a network cable or something like that. And on my own local machine, that wouldn't even work because it's a local host and everything. The server's running locally, so might do a little more testing with that. With maybe get my wife's machine, get my wife's laptop on, and we just shut off Wi-Fi or something and see what happens. Are you sharing your code in GitHub or is it private? It's a good question, Dennis. It's private right now. There might be some point where I share it. I actually have it on Bitbucket. Yeah, there might be a part where I share it at some point, or I might share like the engine code, kind of clean up the engine code and make it kind of this a little more like general purposey. And we might do that, and maybe I'll make a video or something on that. I don't have any like concrete plans on that, but that's just something I've thought about maybe doing, more of a time thing. You can kill your internet off via the dev console. Dev console network offline. Oh. Trash dev. Let's try that. Let's try it. I like it. Dennis, I'd like to give it a peek, so maybe I can help or at least learn from your progress, give some ideas along the way. Yeah, well, I appreciate that, Dennis. Appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, that is something that would be nice to have. Retro, is Retro MMO public? Because I know you got people helping you, but I don't know if that was just like certain people. You have like just a few trusted people that can help. I didn't actually check if you've got like the repo available or whatever. Yeah, Trash Dev, about the slow internet thing. I've done that before, but that didn't seem to affect WebSockets stuff. It's private. Gotcha. Because that was one of my things. I was like, it'd be nice to kind of simulate, you know, do some testing with like laggier connections and everything. Collaborators sign a thingy. Gotcha. Let's try the offline though, like Trash Dev said. Let's try it. So we're connected. So if we go to it's like 10 seconds now. Doesn't seem to be doing it. I mean, I've noticed that WebSockets, I've done like slow 3G, and I've noticed that Yeah. I did offline there, and it just like, it's like, it just doesn't care about WebSockets. Let's do a little Google on that. I'm not sure how offline will work with your WebSockets testing. Yeah, it just seems like it's not even, I assume it's only doing HTTP kind of stuff. Because, I mean, it, you know, it gives me a little WebSocket filter here, but 0B transferred over the network. Well, it obviously sent some B down to the server, up to the server a second ago. Let's get this guy out here. This guy up to date. Whoa. What? Why is my CPU running at 3 gigahertz? According to here, we're at 4 point... Whoa! Oh boy. That doesn't look good. If the temperature's correct, we're okay. 46C. All right. Yeah, I was going to say, I could feel my machine was a little slow. And that's definitely not very good right there. 1600 megahertz. And Task Manager's showing 3.1 gigahertz, so like double that-ish, but... Oh, I wonder if... Yeah, so that's something I've noticed with Ryzen 3rd generation CPUs sometimes. They don't... I know this doesn't have anything to do with anything, but I just happened to notice my machine was running a little slow. I could feel it. Like, for example... How slow the server responds with those files. I can feel it. Yeah, I think I need to reboot, but it's not bad enough that I really would care. I assume the stream is okay. I assume we're not dropping frames or anything. How do I check my... Here we go. 0 drop frames. Okay. Trash Dev, does it actually disconnect if you pull out the cord? Well, it shouldn't. That's the thing. It won't disconnect if you pull out the cord. It won't know, right? Because Chrome's not going to know that you pulled out the cord, until maybe at some point or whatever, wherever it does that DNS check and it says, oh, you must not be on the internet. If DNS fails or whatever. So it won't, that's what I'm trying to help, or trying to factor in, is if you were to pull out the cord, the browser doesn't know that it's lost internet. The server doesn't know that client lost internet. So the server is just pinging the client, and if it doesn't get a response after the 10 seconds or whatever, then it will just forcefully close the WebSocket on the server side. So it's just kind of a server handling thing. On the client, and who knows, whatever, I don't think there's much we can do beyond that. And I've added that in per the WS package on NPM. Per their documentation, actually, they have a little thing for how to detect and close broken connections. So there it is. Kind of basically this thing here. Doing it a little differently, but basically the same thing. Basically just has the meat and potatoes is just doing a set interval and then just pinging each client, or calling WebSocket.ping for each client, and then they have it doing it every 30 seconds. I did 10 seconds. I don't know. Maybe we don't care. But yeah, and like per WS's documentation, sometimes the link between a server and client can be interrupted in a way that keeps both the server and the client unaware of the broken state of the connection, e.g. when pulling the cord. In these cases, ping messages can be used as a means to verify the remote endpoint is still responsive. I mean, I guess we could technically just not handle it at all, but I want to be able to make sure that we, technically that would be like a memory leak, because, the client could not, the WebSocket on the client end could not close itself, so the server would just keep that there forever. If you switch to offline in DevTools, can you verify the pings are actually hitting the connection? Yeah, it was still working, because it's still working, because I turned it off on this one. Which one? This one. I went offline here, and like I can still, so I went offline. I mean, unless there's some extra thing I need to do, and technically, yeah, that's throttling, so I don't know if, well, anyway. And I just hit the WS thing here, so let's, this one's finding an opponent, so let's just start a match with the other player. Oh. Oops. Now that part doesn't work. Let's do that. Let's do this. Actually, maybe it didn't work. But the server, I saw that it... Okay, so let's go offline. Offline. Player requested match on the server. So it got the data from the client. And let's start a match here. Opponent found... Yeah. Okay, so that's... The issue before is I think it was the server rebooted. I changed some of the code, so can you right click on the WS item and block the IP so pings can't hit it? Let's try. Do you say in this right here or this? Block requested URL. All right. After 10 seconds or so, we should see down here maybe. No. Yeah, it's like they conveniently forgot to just actually do the WebSocket stuff in that. Because, well, I bet you... Yeah, we can just keep playing. Oh, yeah. This has to be just... Maybe there's a separate... Because 8081, that's where I'm listening to HTTP on. So the WebSockets is a whole nother port. So... Yeah. All right. Oops. I don't want this on. Yeah. So they just you can edit the port, but IDK it will work. Yeah, I wonder if maybe that would like block it from going like let's try that. Let's see. We do what? Oh. Oops. Yeah, let's try it. 8083. 8081. Oh, wait a minute. That is the WebSocket port. The HTTP port is 8082. Where's my server? Start HTTP. Yeah, okay. The HTTP port is 8082. If I do, oh yeah, that okay. All right, that makes sense. But Chrome, I guess, just doesn't want to actually block that. Okay, now I understand. Yeah. These are all, because when I filter by WS, this is the WebSocket thing, right? Okay. 101 status, which, everything else is 200 or whatever, in HTTP. Yeah, okay. All right. Whoops. Did I do, let's just get rid of that. Okay. All right, so everything's okay now, right? Boom, boom. Okay. Try them all at the same time. Well, I don't know. It's like, it's pretty obvious. Like, let me just do like a major quick Google search here. Chrome console doesn't block WebSockets. No, that totally doesn't work. All right, never mind. Never mind. If we do, hang on. Let's try refreshing. I just want to try refreshing with, okay, oh, that's, yeah. Where is the IP for the, here it is. That's stupid. All right, we're blocking it now, so let's refresh. No, it still works. Player requested match. I assume that was the correct one. Yeah. Okay, so that Chrome totally is not obeying. And I should go in here and do unblock first, because it decides that even when I remove the blocking, it doesn't actually go away. So we unblock. I guess we just remove that. Stop doing that. There we go. All right. Yeah, it says 0 blocked. Oh, I didn't see where that was. Yeah, I don't know, but we'll test that out with some actual legit physical bad networks at some point. Not here. Yeah. Yeah. So I guess we'll just continue going through our. I mean, I can test. So one thing I can do is if I decide to not remove, for example, if we can test that the ping actually works and the WebSocket terminates. If I just do this, if I just block out this stuff here, basically, and if we do this, and then if I refresh this browser, the old player is still out there. And then we'll see a disconnect after 10 seconds. Player disconnected. So we'll see that the ping actually worked. Player disconnected. So the ping tried to connect to that socket that was the previous before I did the browser refresh. So that worked. Because all I was, and then it just keeps doing it again because it's still keeping a flag on that WebSocket object, I guess. So every 10 seconds, it's still going to log that. But it did forcefully terminate the WebSocket. Which I guess even if you do... I don't want to... I'm not going to do that. We're not going to... That WebSocket's going to be a bunch of data to look at. All right. Well, I want to go through... I just want to kind of comb through the server code and just see what else we kind of have potentially that we could get rid of. This stuff here I kind of want to keep for just handy reference. Set client command, match countdown started. Okay. Yes. Ooh. If player quits during countdown, match ended will fire. Yes, this is what we fixed. So I can get rid of this to do. Okay, so let's just comb through all the match code here. That's all the logging stuff, which is kind of annoying, but that's something we want to make sure we remove before we go live. Player.send command. Yeah, this is all old stuff. I'm going to get rid of these. Stuff bubble data into next bubble buffer. Send command. That's old. Wrong bubble popped. That's a nice comment. Let's see. We got a bunch of console logs still. I want to get rid of those, but I don't know exactly how I want to do that yet. I assume I was going to try to come up with maybe something else to do for the console logs. Stuff bubble data into next bubble buffer. Wrong bubble popped. Pop dead space. Player.send command message. Cursor out of play. We're not sending that anymore. Cursor moved out of bounds. Okay. Okay, that's all looking good. That's all looking good. All right. Helper to do possibly implement alternate formula from Wikipedia. Yes, that's for HSL to RGB conversion. Leave that to do in there. Bubble. Generate random bubble positions. Yeah, I would keep these in here for right now for handy dandy reference. Okay, player. What was this for? Oh, that's interesting. Maybe we'll keep this around just for reference. Doing like some ping time measurements there, it looks like. Just kind of cool. Okay, that was pretty much it. Player bubble state. That looks good. Player match state. Ooh. Oh, debug cursor. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what I want to do with all that yet. Yeah, well, the server code is looking pretty good. Round. This is old. What? Oh, that's okay. Let's move this to... I guess actually let's straight up delete. Let's just straight up delete this. Match old. Yeah, I think this is maybe like, oof, ugly. All right, match old, delete. Round, delete. Did we, okay, so we went through everything. Bubble, config. Oh, that's that. We don't need that. Helper, main, that's fine. Match, player, player bubble state, player match state. All right. Server code is looking pretty good, I think. It's really not a whole lot of it, honestly. I still maybe want to think a little bit about yeah, I don't know. We're still going to think a little bit about logging stuff, how we want to really be logging everything. All right. What else do we have in the Trello right now? Let's see. If opponent quints show only the match runtime in the stats, I guess we can do that. Handle WS connection failing on clients. We'll do that later. Test multiplayer with high latency connections. That's something I want to do. I still want to do. But kind of don't really know exactly how to do it. New main menu layout for multiplayer. Obviously, that's really important. But yeah, I'm gonna figure that out off stream. Basic cheat detection. We're probably not gonna really worry too much about that right now. Yeah, this one's, we're partially done. We're done with the functionality of this. We just need to figure out what we're going to rename the button, and that's going to be kind of based upon this. In fact, maybe we could change new main menu layout for multiplayer. Maybe we could make this, well, I don't know. We'll leave this. If opponent quints show only the match runtime in the stats, this is something I want to do. We might as well do right now. Just to make it, I mean, not that this isn't even that big of a deal anyway, but it's just kind of a nice little, it's one of those things, you know, like, it's one of those things that, it's one of those little quality of life things. No, not quality of life things. It's one of those little bugs. It's not really a bug, but you see it and you're like, it just seems kind of trashy that the developer didn't think about that. So what I'm talking about is like, so for example, let's refresh these bad boys. Okay. So we're finding opponent. We do this, opponent found. So let's just say this guy's playing. He pops a few bubbles, and then this guy quits. This guy got booted back, but the total time is still showing as 10 seconds, even though it was only like 5 seconds that we actually played. So the total actually, so better yet, let's go to the where's our master config file? Match time length. We're going to go back to 30. Back to 30 seconds. Okay. So we're back at 30 seconds. Let's say this guy's playing. He's popping a few bubbles. And then this guy quits. So opponent quit. But it still shows total time of 30 seconds. It'd be nice if it just showed the actual time that ran during that game so that this player could at least see some more accurate statistics. Because what ended up happening was it just did the dividing here. The pops, you know, out over the time. Which, you know, is not necessarily accurate. You know, you want to have kind of, you know, if we want to show the stats for the player who didn't quit, you know, it'd be nice to just have that number there. DazTrax. Hi, DazTrax. What's going on? Good to see you. Thanks for hanging out. In case you're new here, DazTrax, I'll give you a little demo of what's going on here. How are you? I'm doing swell. I'm doing swell, actually. How about yourself? We're working on my game called Populus. It's Populus. You can play it right now. Populus.gg. It's populus.gg. Well, I'm making in my game too. Nice. Sounds pretty cool. What kind of game are you making? My game is probably not as cool as your game, to be honest. It's this dumb little game where you pop bubbles. So if you go to populus.gg right now, you can play it. Click the play button. Basically, you got to pop these bubbles in 30 seconds. That's your timer over here. You got to pop them in the order that they appear here on the right. So you start with this pink. You start with the pink bubble here, whatever this color is, pink, red, something. And you pop the bubble by hovering your mouse over it and pressing the space bar or left clicking. And then you just keep going. Whatever bubble's in that top position there on the side, you just let her rip. See how fast you can go. See how many you can pop. Just let her fly. Let her flicker, whatever. And then at the end, you're at this stats screen. You see how many bubbles you popped in 30 seconds. Your pops per second. How many mistakes you made. And that's pretty much it. It's pretty much all there is to it. And currently I'm working on multiplayer. And we're getting pretty close to actually releasing multiplayer. Don't have a firm date yet, but really not too far off. Next couple weeks, I think we'll be ready to go. So that's pretty cool. I'm excited. So we were just looking at what exactly were we looking at again? Oh, we're looking at the stats here. So like, let's say this player plays and then this player quits before the 30 seconds. Right now, this guy goes to the stats screen. It said it flashed on screen there for a second. Opponent quit, and then it puts this player to the stats screen, and then it shows the stats. So that way, at least, if this player was playing, you know, this is the player that didn't quit. This is the player that was just playing, but the opponent quit. This guy quit. So we at least want to show this guy his own stats, you know, so he can at least see like, oh, you know, whatever. Or you could see that, oh, that's why my opponent quit, because he made a bunch of mistakes, you know, haha. What a loser. Sore loser. So the problem is right now is the opponent quit like, I don't know, 6 seconds into the game. But here it's still showing 30 seconds total time, and we're showing a pops per second based upon that 30 seconds, as if this player only pops 7 bubbles in a total of 30 seconds. But that's just not true. We want to, basically, if the opponent quits, we want to take whatever that time is that the player had when this guy quit, if that makes sense. We want to take that time and use that. So, like, you know, obviously, it's more of that pops per second, that pop rate that you want to see kind of consistent, you know, because right now this looks like a really low pop rate. Because obviously, yeah, we only got 7 bubbles in 30 seconds, but really we weren't allowed to pop any more than 7 bubbles in 30 seconds because the game ended early. Oh. All right, never mind. Text message there. Okay, so I was thinking maybe the server should send the time down, but maybe we could just let the client do the calculation for the time, at least for right now. Then maybe once we start actually worrying about the ranking kind of stuff, and well, I don't know. If we go kind of leaderboard ranking style, oof, I'm getting tired. I don't know what's going on. Actually, I was up late watching Retro MMO stream. That's what's going on. All right, so we want to get the real total time that we played. That's what we want. So if we go to the client, we're going to go to our client side here, and we're going to look at, I think we're going to look at our application file here. We're going to go to, we're going to, okay. We're going to look at, okay, match ended, server stats. Oh, here we go. Yes. Okay. So we need to go into this StatsScreen.create method, and maybe what we can do. Let me do a split. Let me do a split screen here. So we are going to typically what I do when I'm programming is I keep the server code in the left pane here. If you can see that I'm that left-handed pane, and then the client code I keep in the right pane, or the browser code, right? And they're both JavaScript because I'm using Node.js. So the server looks a lot like the client because, you know, both JavaScript. So it's kind of like, it's not like I'm doing some other language for the server, and it's like obviously clear that this is something else. This is not browser code, but they look very similar is what my point. So I'm actually going to split our client. I'm going to kind of minimize the server code there. We're going to split our client into 2 windows here now so I can see some code side by side. So I want to pull up our StatsScreen object. I'm going to split that off to the side there. There we go. Beautiful. I'm going to close that. Okay. So I want to kind of trace this path down. So we have a static method called create, and it's on our StatsScreen object. So that's the object that kind of represents, kind of manages all the little smaller components of the StatsScreen. So that is this thing here, because we've got a few different like text objects that are drawing on the screen here. We've got some buttons. So the StatsScreen object kind of just controls all of that stuff. And by control, I really mean it just kind of manages it, I guess, for lack of a better word. It does the sizes and the sizing and positioning of everything. That's kind of what it does. So what I'm thinking is maybe we could pass to this create method. Maybe we could pass another Boolean that actually comes in through here, where we could say opponent quit. So if opponent quit is true, we could pass that in to the StatsScreen create method. And then the StatsScreen create method, which is right here, we're in our StatsScreen object here, which the actual instance code is very simple. That's all there is. A constructor, a destruct method, a couple properties, an event listener thing, an event listener for the window resizing, and some stuff that needs to be destructed when its own destruct gets called. And destruct is a method that I have on my entity class. Basically, an entity can like listen to game events, game engine events, and then it has a destruct method that I'm overriding here, and yeah, basically it uses that to kind of cascade and destruct all of its sub entities, that sort of thing. I don't know if any of that makes sense, but do with it what you will. Okay, so we have this static create method, and this is where there's a little more stuff going on. Because basically this is kind of all the sizing and the positioning of everything. Whoops. And the instantiation of those components and of these elements. And I don't use HTML. None of this stuff's HTML. It's all just text. Text, and these buttons are just circles that I draw on canvas. This is all just stuff getting drawn onto HTML canvas, and it's just updating with JavaScript and all that stuff. All that good stuff. No HTML in this case. These links are HTML elements, but that's pretty much it. Okay, so let's see here. Okay, so maybe we could take another Boolean. We could say opponent quit. And then if that's true, if opponent quit is true, if opponent quit is true, then instead of total time, which we're taking config.match.timelength divided by 1,000, we could do a little ternary thing here, maybe. Total time, opponent quit. Oh boy. Ooh. We could do match dot stats dot. Let's look in our application file here. We actually use that. We do, yes, match.stats.end time. So we should have a match.start time and a match.end time. So match.stats.start time gets set in the constructor. So we could just do match.stats.end time minus match.stats.start time. I guess let's server needs to send the time to do. Server needs to send the time. Yeah, I guess I'm going to keep that to do there for now. I guess we'll do let total time. We'll do let total time, and then we're going to do if. I mean, I guess we could do the turn. I don't know. Let's just do the ternary thing. It's hard to look at sometimes, but whatever. So we're going to do that or this. So match.stats. We need to, please excuse my dear Aunt Sally here. Match.stats.end time minus match.stats.start time divided by, so that should be our milliseconds divided by 1,000. Get our seconds. I don't like the way this looks, but what can you do? Let stats. Oh, okay. That's fine. Well, okay. So this is if opponent quit. This, I'm going to do this all in one line. It's all right. It's okay. It's not the end of the world. So if opponent quit, we're doing this. And I think that's actually all we need. Oh, wait. We need to actually pass opponent quit. That's kind of important. So we go to application, and then opponent quit comes in as a Boolean, defaults to false, and then we're going to pass that down to the StatsScreen create on the end here. Right? We've got that in scope. Beautiful. Okay, so why is this stuck? Okay. Let me just make sure that was the only place where we're actually setting up a StatsScreen. 5 of 5? What? You gotta be kidding me. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Where's the 5? A matching case. Oh, it was in these. Oh, it was covered up from those comments. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. And that's fine. Those are just in the comments. And then this is the actual importing of the object. Beautiful. All right, that should do it. That should do the trick. All right, so finding opponent. Wait, did I refresh these browsers? Yes. Opponent found. And then let's quit on this guy's. Yes, it works. 3.8749 seconds. Obviously, we need to round this. I don't know how we want to round it. I guess we'll round it to the nearest whole number, I guess. Why not? All right, maybe we should split these onto separate lines. So we'll do math.round. Beautiful. Okay, we're just going to do it that way. Let's refresh. Let's check it out. Okay, so let's have this guy pop some bubbles. And let's have this guy quit. Opponent quit. 14 in 6 seconds. So we do 2.33. Yeah, I guess we could just round to like the nearest integer. Should we do that? I don't know. I don't know if we should do that. Maybe let's round this to just the nearest. We'll just round it to the nearest thousandth, kind of like we do with the pops per second. It'll always be, in a normal 30-second match, it'll always just show 30. But if like if the person quit in the middle, it would be like. Yeah, let's do we need to do Did I do this right? Did I do my rounding math right there? Actually, I don't think I did. Yeah, I did. We're rounding to the nearest whole millisecond, and then we're dividing. Yeah. Okay, so I did do it right. We round to the nearest millisecond, and then we're dividing by 1,000 to give us the number of seconds. So that gives us a perfect, nice little rounding there. I like that. I like this. I think. So that kind of works if, let's pop a few bubbles. Whoa, really quickly here. And then we quit. And we got 19, but in 7 seconds. So now we've got a much more, obviously accurate 2.47 pops per second versus something that would have been way lower because it would have been dividing that out by the 30 seconds instead. I like it. I like it. Very nice. All right. We're looking pretty good here. I don't know. I think we're maybe going to shut the stream down a bit. I know we could probably go longer, but I'm getting kind of hungry. Again, people kept talking about Chinese food and stuff. Actually, I think I was the only one talking about Chinese food, but things kept reminding me of Chinese food, and it just kept making me hungrier and hungrier. And when you're hungry and you drink water, you just feel it. You feel like the water just going down your esophagus into your. You feel it hit your stomach. It's actually kind of an uncomfortable feeling, like when your stomach's just empty. Yeah, it's not a particularly nice feeling. All All right, so let's just recap what we did here today, and I think we'll start to shut things down. So, well, I'll plug the Discord here real quick for anyone out there. Got a Discord. Anybody out there, you can join it if you want, if you so desire. Currently, I am the #2 fastest Populus player in the world right now. So if you want, you join the Discord, and there's a little voice or text channel for under the Populus heading, under the Populus section for high scores, and you can go in there and you can see Truyaksky's 124. You can see he's got video evidence of his 124 pops in 30 seconds. That's over 4 pops a second. I think he only made one mistake. So if that tickles your fancy, you can check that out. And yeah, the Discord server's there. Anybody can join. But yeah, let's recap a bit here. What we did. Where's the Trello? Trello? Here we go. Andy James Adams, GG, thanks for the strem. For sure, Andy James Adams. Thanks for hanging out. I always appreciate it. I love saying your name out fully, all the way. Kodako, have a good rest of the day. Hey, thank you, Kodako. Thank you very much. I really appreciate you guys hanging out. Dennis Bot. Denise. Sorry, I got to say it correctly. Denise. Sorry, I shouldn't be accenting the I. Denise. And we got plenty of Durana BRBs in the chat there. You guys are awesome. NPA got used to Dennis Bot. Dennis. That's how you say it in America. Dennis. So, yeah, we're not heading out quite just yet. And on a good note, well, I was going to do a quick recap of what we did before I before I just shut everything down, and maybe we'll drop a little raid or something. I see Wondable streaming, so maybe we'll drop in and say hi to Wondable. He's raided me a bunch of times. Andy James Adams just subscribed. What? Andy James Adams. Sorry, I meant to say the full name all at once. Thank you. Thank you very much, Andy James Adams. We hit 10 subs. See that down there in the sub count thing? We hit 10. I just added that sub count thing, by the way. That's brand new. I need to really redo this and make this a lot better. Now Andy James Adams can use that Durana BRB whenever he wants. Good notes. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Andy James. What? Wow, you didn't get the founder badge. Somebody else must have subscribed in the middle there and got the founder badge. You're the 10th one, so you should have the founder badge, right? Kind of stinks. Maybe that'll come up. I don't know. Toilet face off. I like it. Could you imagine bathroom, public restroom like that? You'd have to like hold hands. Yeah, Andy James Adams. Thank you very much for that. I really appreciate that, man. Patty Cakes games, yeah. That sounds pretty good. You know, if you're having trouble. All right, so yes, that's a good note to end on, for sure. But we'll do a quick little recap. We took care of this, and kind of this and some other stuff. We started working on some other things. So, actually, we just finished this one. Hang on, I got to update the real one here. So we just finished that one. We finished part of this one. So, hey, pull my finger, dude, from the next stall. Yeah, exactly. All right, so this first thing we did here, terminate when ping fails. So basically, that lets us now, like, if a player gets a physical connection, physically disconnected from the network, and therefore the browser is basically the browser WebSocket client works really well with closing. Like if you close the tab or refresh or close the window. Basically Chrome and stuff will close our WebSocket connection with the server. So the server then we can then gracefully shut down. We can remove our client out from the match and everything. So we actually handle that right here. So we have a little WebSocket on close event handler, and we do that. We clean up. We have a method here called cleanup player, and that closes a match. That makes the player quit the match, etc. So that works really nicely. And then we added basically this other thing here where we ping all the players now every 10,000, every 10 seconds. And if we don't get a response before that next ping comes around, then we forcefully, physically terminate the WebSocket connection. And then we also, therefore, clean up the player and everything. So that way, if we don't get a response back from a player, if we got some stale connections, like somebody were to pull out their network cable, right? So the browser, even the browser doesn't know that it disconnected from the server, the WebSocket server. And at that point, it's too late. The browser can't talk to the WebSocket server anymore. You pulled your Ethernet cable out, or you shut off your Wi-Fi, or your ISP stopped working, as happens every so often, as we're all familiar with, I think. Then that way the server can at least get rid of the client connection, and that way we don't have like a memory leak, so to say, with just connections that will never ever get closed. Basically, we can just nicely clean up any old WebSocket connections that might have gone stale in that sense. That's maybe not the best way to put it, but basically, if a client is unable to close their WebSocket connection, the server will handle it. So that's nice. What do we do next here? Not the right window. There we go. We fixed a little issue where we're testing if this next thing here, test if player cancels match wait right as match starts. We fixed a little bug where if you canceled the match, we might have to refresh these bad boys. Basically, if you canceled the match during that countdown, like I just did there, it was counting down for the 3, 2, 1 before the public match, before our competitive match between these two browsers. Basically, if that happened, if somebody forcefully closed or refreshed or whatever during that countdown, the other player would crash. There'd be a little crash on the browser side there, because it basically would try to throw an end match event before like the match started event actually fired. So there'd be some stuff that wasn't in the right state and everything, and try to access a property that didn't exist and blah, 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 blah. So we got that all squared away. That's no longer a problem. What else did we do? We just took care of if an opponent quits, it now only shows stats based upon that amount of time that the match ran before the opponent quit. So if we do this and this, we can fire up a game. And if we play a little bit here, like this guy pops some bubbles, he's on a roll, he's really fast, he's just cruising, he's like, I'm setting a world record, but then this guy quits. This guy can at least see some accurate numbers now, because now it'll show the total time that the match ran. Because this, you know, the total time a match should run is 30 seconds, but this guy quit in the middle of the match. So now this guy, the guy who didn't quit, will at least see his stats. He'll see, oh, I popped 11 bubbles in 5.617 seconds. So I can see, you know, my pops per second and kind of have an idea, you know, at least have some accurate numbers. Because before, what was happening is, even though the match quit in 5.617 seconds, the player quit in 5.617 seconds, it would still show 30 seconds here, and then the pops per second would basically be the 11 divided by 30, which would be way less, you know, it'd be, you know, that would be like 1/3 basically of 11 divided by 30. So your pops per second wouldn't be accurate, because really you only played for 5.617 seconds, but the stats were all generated based upon 30 seconds. So we just added that. That's nicer. That's nice. I like it. And that's something that probably, I don't know, probably not, nobody's going to play this game. Nobody's going to play Populus. Let's just be honest. But on the off chance that someone does, and then some, you know, somebody's screwing around and decides to quit the match in the middle of the match, that one guy who played the game is going to, you know, at least get some accurate stats. And, you know, might make his day. His or her day. And then our final, figure out what, this thing here, we partially did this. This one was kind of, probably took us the longest part of the day. Figure out what to do with the retry button on the stat screen after a one-on-one match. So basically we had a little bit, and we still don't know the wording yet. But now we could show it right there. Now if we, whoops. If we fire up a competitive match here and we play, I'm just gonna go for a world record here right now. Right now. Get Guinness in here. Okay, this is not gonna be anywhere close to a world record. Truyaksky would be laughing at me right now. Oh! Oh! Oh, that hurts. Those mistakes hurt. Okay. 86, that's not bad. That's not bad. I'm not going to complain. I can do better, but that's not bad. 4 mistakes. Eef. So yeah, here we see the 30. But now what the thing we wanted to fix was this retry button. So basically the retry button, if you clicked it, it would kick you into a practice match. So obviously that's not very clear. Like the wording, retry, like what does that mean? Why would that kick me into a practice match? Like that user experience wise is just kind of confusing. And this retry is not going to be the final word for when you play a competitive match. It's going to be like find a new match or something like that. Find another match. So it'll be quit and find another match. When you have a practice, it'll still say retry. So when you get to the stat screen after a practice game, it'll say retry. I think that's fitting. But now what we did is we at least added the functionality. So if you click retry, it kicks you to the finding opponent screen right away. So that button, once we figure out what we want the text to actually say, it'll say like find match or something. Codico, I don't have the hand-eye coordination for these results. No worries, Codico. No worries. No judgment here. And again, like this player here could hit the retry and then they both join up in a match. It's not a rematch button. That's the thing I want to be explicit about. It's not a rematch. That would require some additional functionality, I think, to kind of make a rematch work. So I'm not going to worry about having any sort of rematch functionality capability right now. Plus, I don't think anybody would really care about that anyway. It wouldn't really be worth the effort at this point in time. So we're going to leave that. We're going to shelve that for now. Wow, look at that quick little spot there. All right. What else do we got here? So that was this part. We got the functionality of this, but we just need to update that text. Because right now the button just says retry, and that's not exactly clear what that means. But also, I think that's going to be part of what I end up deciding for the new main menu layout. So obviously, right now, we need to have, you know, a play button, a practice button, a tutorial button. So we need to have like some sort of new layout with the new buttons and everything. Kodako, well, everybody can't be the champ. That's true. It's true. As much as we want it to be true. As much as we want it to be false. It's true. I think that's what I meant to say. All right. So, wow. Oh, and we started looking a little bit at handling like a WebSocket connection that would fail to connect or maybe die. Like let's say the server rebooted or the server crashed or something. What should happen? And technically, you can still play like single player and everything just fine. So I'm not super concerned about that. You know, I mean, it'll work. I'll be monitoring the server kind of once we go live every so often. I'll be checking in on the server to see how it's doing. And yeah, that's pretty much it for that part. We're not going to worry. We might start to have something a little more fancy later. Where, you know, maybe we tell you like, oh, hey, the server's down, try again later. Or maybe we just retry connecting to the server every so often, you know, every 30 seconds or every minute, you know, because maybe if the server rebooted and it's coming back, you know, and a client was, you know, waiting in that meantime, you know, they could end up reconnecting, something like that. That's actually something kind of interesting. I wonder, maybe we should probably figure out a way to gracefully disconnect all the WebSocket clients on the server. Something like that, maybe. Maybe we could do something like that. Anyway, that's all part of that in the future. We don't really need to worry about that. But otherwise, yeah, that was pretty much all we got done for the day. So looking back on it, doesn't seem like a lot, even though we were going for 6.5 hours. But I think what we got was pretty good. We cleaned up a few things that we also just combed through all the server code and just made sure there weren't any extra little to-dos hanging out there. Oh yeah, we did kind of clean up the matches on the server. So now every match the server keeps track of all the matches in an array, the match objects. So the game objects, basically. Before we were using a map, a JavaScript map, you know, like a hash table kind of thing. And I had that in there for a reason a while ago, but we really didn't need it anymore. So we switched that out. And we also fixed another little thing with like removing player objects. Actually, that was kind of the first thing we took care of in the morning, was properly removing player objects when they disconnect or when their WebSocket, you know, whenever all that stuff closes. So we don't have any like memory leaks with player objects just building and building and building. So yeah, it was a pretty good day. We got a good bit of stuff done. Good bit of stuff. Yes. Well, I think that's all for now. I think we're gonna shut everything down. I'm getting hungry. And let's see here.
I think the thing that inspires me the most is my community.
Chat.
Yeah, see Wondable's online. Wondable. So we'll drop the raid over on Wondable because I haven't done that yet. He's raided me a bunch of times, and we'll drop over to Wondable, see how he's doing. Dennis, yeah, you also learned a little bit of Spanish. Yes, I did, Dennis. Dennis.
Key placement point.
Thanks.
Search point.
Thanks for that. I appreciate it.
Epilogue point.
All right.
Search
I think we're gonna drop a fat raid over on Wondable. Actually, he's probably got more viewers than we do, but hey.
Epilogue search point.
Andy James Adams, hang on, wait. Hey, do you play viewer games?
Okay. A copy of this.
Nobody's ever asked me that before. We got better viewers. Andy James, you got a game? You got your game going? I know you've been doing some mobile stuff, right?
Maplog.
Some JS mobile-ish stuff. Just wondering in case I finish this project sometime in 2021. Well,
Key search point.
Yeah. Well, soon are we playing Populus with viewers? Well, once the multiplayer goes live, Kodako, I mean, technically, that's probably all I'll do is just play it
Is not defined.
on stream.
3933.
I'm just kidding. Actually, honestly, playing Populus kind of hurts my wrist. So, probably not, because I played a lot of it over the weekend, and just to kind of stress test a little bit and just kind of see how much faster I could get, because I was getting in that little match with Truyaksky, who ended up blowing away my score. And again, you can see that on the Discord.
Create arc. No, that's not.
Bang, Discord.
Create arc.
You can see that on the Discord.
Point.
Truyaksky's
Create arc.
world record, 124 pops
Maplog.
and one mistake.
Search
Pretty killer.
Point overlay.
So I probably played like 90 minutes in one sitting.
And
More or less in one sitting.
because I copied something else. Code that's more like this.
And yeah,
is
I don't think it's good for my
second
wrist,
end.
like that kind of mouse movement. So I don't know.
That's not going to be
I don't
terribly
know.
useful.
I don't know.
but
We'll see how much I really actually play Populous. But yeah, all right. But yeah, Andy James Adams. I mean, yeah, I'd love to check out your
all
game.
right, so we have a construction function.
I mean, on stream, I don't.
See, that's going to affect time.
On stream, I don't know
Time
exactly
won't
everything
necessarily get in the
about,
way of this
especially. I know
layer.
you said your game's mobile. I think, right?
That means you might want to do
So-
data first.
Oh no, I didn't mean on stream. Gotcha. Well, no, yeah. I mean, I love people shooting links
gonna have a
over and everything, and
structure
I should
like
have a little
this.
thing on the Discord too to maybe just like share your own games and everything. So why not? I should
We're
do
using
that
this
actually.
top level
I'd give you the web version. Okay, nice. Yeah, no, I'd love to check out
Well,
stuff.
I'm gonna
I've
construct it. I
other
won't make any
people's
calls
stuff
to it.
for sure. All right, let's call it Risk Breaker. Yeah, I hear you there, Dennis.
I think
Probably
that
what it should be
this
called.
Is, I don't
That's
know
why
what to
OSU
call
players
this.
play with the pen and tablet, which I have. I should use
Data
that.
log, of course.
That pen and tablet thing, that would work. Anyway, I think we're
That's the same code. Constructing.
I think we're dropping off here. Dropping over to say hi to Wondable, because he's dropped a bunch of fat raids before. So all right. Thank you guys so much.
It's going to be the same as Maplog cache.
Appreciate you guys so much. Andy
Ish.
James Adams, thanks for the sub. Really appreciate that, man. Really do.
Don't need
All right.
data zoom though.
All right, we're rating now. So we'll see you guys. I guess we'll see you guys Monday, 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. Be there or don't be there, I guess. All right, see you guys. See you guys later.